of The Angel by Mark Dawson, narrated by David Thorpe. Part 1. Chapter 1. In the year before she died, Beatrix Rose taught her daughter many things. She taught her how to lie and how to tell when someone else was lying, the benefits of meditation and how it was a useful strategy for enduring long stretches of time without sleep or other comforts, how to detect when she was being followed and how to follow someone without being seen. She taught her other things too. For example, how important it was to always arrive first for a rendezvous. It was good manners, for one, but, and this was much more important, the person arriving first for an appointment could control how that appointment unfolded. She could choose the environment, a table where it would be difficult to be eavesdropped on, the seat offering the best view of the ways in and out. An agent did not want the seat that put her back to the door. She certainly did not want to be the person arriving last. It was rude, and most important, it decreased your chances of leaving. Control had contacted her a week ago to propose that they meet. He had suggested that he come to Marrakesh, but Isabella had declined. Far better for her to go to him. She had arrived in London 2 days before the appointed time and had selected this location yesterday. She had scouted up and down the river until she found a spot she liked. She started at the huge wheel of the London Eye, continued past the twin pedestrian bridges that led across the water to Charing Cross Station and headed north into the artistic quarter. There was the National Festival Hall, together with the chain restaurants that had been attracted to the area. Farther along the promenade was the Queen Elizabeth Hall, and the Undercroft famed for the skaters and BMXers who gathered there, every square inch of wall covered in colourful graffiti. Isabella had walked on past the painted mime who was entertaining a group of schoolchildren perched atop a box. She had eventually settled on the cafe that was connected to the National Film Theatre. It offered wide windows with good visibility up and down the river path. There was a double flight of stairs leading up to Waterloo Bridge at the side of the building. If she needed to get away quickly, that would be the route she would choose. Isabella reached the coffee shop with 30 minutes to spare. It was quiet this morning, and she was able to take a seat at the back of the room. The only luggage that she had brought with her was the leather satchel that she had bought from a trader in the souk. He had looked at her with hungry eyes, no doubt seeing an easy sale at an inflated price. She had disabused him of that notion very quickly. In the end, they had agreed on a fair price. The bag was new, but she had deliberately scuffed it so that it looked older. She didn't want anything at all to attract attention to her. The doors were wide open, and sounds from the outside drifted in. The cafe was partially beneath the grey concrete vault of the bridge, and the second-hand booksellers who had gathered here for decades were loudly discussing last night's football as they set up their tables. A busker, dressed in a sequined jacket, was serenading the joggers and pedestrians who sauntered past. It was just after 8:30 when she saw Control. He stopped at the door, his eyes adjusting to the gloom after the brightness of the morning. He saw her, smiled, and crossed the room. "Hello, Isabella." "Captain Pope?" "It's Michael," he said. "Please, no formalities. Would you like something to eat? Breakfast?" "I'm fine." "Coffee?" "I'm fine, thank you." "I'm just going to get myself one. You sure?" She said that she would have an orange juice. He nodded his satisfaction and went to the bar. The sight of him brought back memories of the American hospital and the man who had ripped her family apart when she was just a little girl. She had killed him when her mother could not, and Pope had driven her away as the police swarmed into the area. He had promised to get her out of the country, and he had been true to his word. He had driven them west to Charlotte Douglas International Airport. They had taken a domestic flight to Atlanta and then flown from there direct to Paris. She remembered how Pope had been uncomfortable when she had thanked him for his help and made it obvious that she didn't need any more from him. She could tell that he was reluctant to let her go, but there was little that he could do about it. She had an excellent fake passport, and she had the money to buy a Royal Air Maroc ticket to Marrakesh. She knew, too, that he had no idea what he would have done with her if he took her back to London. He had very few options, and, eventually, she had persuaded him that the best one was to leave her to get on with her life. He had compromised, writing his telephone number on the back of a magazine and telling her that if she ever needed him, then all she had to do was call. She had torn the page out, folded it, and slipped it into her pocket. She still had it in a drawer in the kitchen at home, but it had never even been unfolded. And then an email had found its way to her Gmail account. She had no idea how he had found the address. Isabella had treated that as a salutary lesson. She had considered herself well hidden, and the fact that he had discovered her online had pulled her up short. She had determined that she would do better. Pope returned with a cappuccino and a glass of freshly squeezed juice. He lowered himself into the spare chair and passed the glass across the table to her. "Thank you for coming." She nodded. "I would have been happy to have gone to you." "No, that's all right." "Still being careful?" She gave a little shrug. "Sitting with your back to the wall, too?" "I like looking out at the river." He smiled. "Your mother taught you well." The mention of her mother made Isabella tense. She still missed her. She missed her every day. She still had nightmares of watching the news bulletin with footage of the burning car, the remains of the bomb that had obliterated her. Pope could see that she was pensive. He was trying to ease her into the conversation. "How have you been?" "I'm all right." "What have you been doing?" She shrugged. She could have told him about her course of self-improvement, about her fluency in Arabic and French. She could have told him about how she was so fit that she had finished the International de Marrakesh 10K in 40 minutes, with another 5 minutes still in the tank. She could have told him about the weekly mixed martial arts lessons she took in a dojo on the edge of town. She didn't, though. She just shrugged, said, "This and that." And then, when he paused, "How can I help you, Mr. Pope?" "I'm not here because I need your help. I have something for you." He reached into his pocket and took out a small envelope. It had been folded over on itself and sealed with a piece of tape. He slid it across the table and withdrew his hand. "What is it?" "It's something from your mother." She felt a tremble of emotion, and her lip quivered a little before she mastered it. She reached down for the envelope, dabbing her fingertips against it, running her index finger along the edge to the sharp point. She peeled the tape back, unfolded the envelope, and then tore it open at one end. She saw a glint of silver and knew for certain what it was. She blinked away tears. "Isabella." "I'm fine," she said, scowling the tears away. She tipped the contents of the envelope onto the table. It was a sterling silver locket. The 24-inch-long chain was comprised of alternating circular and rectangular silver links, and the locket itself was of an ornate design, shaped like a heart with a daisy design on the face. Her eyes were damp, and her throat felt constricted as she reached down for it. She opened it. There was a picture of her as a baby. She was small and chubby, with ringlets of blonde hair. She closed the locket and hid it in her fist. "The Americans found it," Pope explained. "Your mother was wearing it when it happened. It was dirty. I had it cleaned." "They kept it all this time." "It's evidence, Isabella. The police know that others were involved in what happened. They've been trying to put together as much information as they can about your mother. Of course, they don't know that it's you in the locket, but if they did, they would be very interested in talking to you. And it's not just them. There are other people in America who would really like to know who you are. The people your mother went after, for example." She collected the chain and dropped it into her fist with the locket. I only recently found out that they had it. I have a contact in Washington who was able to get it for me. I thought you'd want to have it. She waited a moment until her throat felt less constricted. Thank you, she said. I do. She stood. Pope looked as if she had taken him by surprise. He stood too. Are you okay? I'm fine, she said. Thank you for finding this for me. I'm very grateful. Are you staying in London for long? No. You're still in Marrakesh? That's right. She suddenly realized that she had to leave. She barely managed to choke down a sob and, although she managed it, she knew that it was obvious that she was upset. She hated to show weakness. Her mother had drilled that into her too. She was barely managing to maintain her composure, and she knew that she needed to get away from him and get outside. He was standing in her way. When are you leaving? Today. Would you like to have something to eat with me later? No, she said, adding a thank you. When she realized that she must have been coming across as a rude and ungrateful brat. My flight's already booked. I have to leave for the airport this morning or I'll miss it. I'm sorry. He was still standing in her way. He put out a hand and she took it. His grip was firm and his palm was warm. She wondered, just for a moment, whether she could stay a little. There was no reason for her to rush. There was nothing waiting for her at home. And Pope had looked out for her. He had taken a huge risk to save her life in America. And now there was this. She wavered just for a moment until she remembered her mother's stern words. You don't need anyone else. The only person you can trust is yourself. Her resolution returned. She released his hand and waited for him to step aside. It was good to see you, Isabella. Remember what I said before. If you ever need me, you know where I am. Thank you. She found a smile and managed to hold the tears back until she was out of the door and into the brightness of the morning beyond. She could smell the musty pages of the second-hand books and the freshness of the wind as it whipped in from the water. Her eyes welled up, and then the tears overflowed and spilled across her cheeks. She felt the locket inside her fist, the silver warmed by her skin. She sobbed aloud, turned to the left and then again to the left, and ran up the steps to the bridge above. Isabella might have been older than she looked, but she was still just 15 years old, and she wanted to get home. Chapter 2. The door to Amir Malik's bedroom had always opened with an annoying creak. It had landed him in trouble before, usually when he returned home after his curfew and tried to sneak into his bedroom, only to find that his parents had been awoken. He had tried to oil it after one particularly annoying grounding so that it wouldn't happen again, but it had never made very much of a difference. The mechanism seemed to soak up the WD-40 that he sprayed onto it, but just kept creaking. He couldn't afford for it to be a problem today. He pulled it as carefully as he could, managing, for once, to keep the resultant noise to a minimum. He'd set his alarm for 5, 3 hours earlier than he would normally have arisen, and he didn't want to disturb anyone else in the house. His parents were in the bedroom to the left, and his 2 brothers were in the room directly opposite across the hall. He could hear his father's snoring and the soft breathing of his twin, Akil. His older brother, Yasin, sometimes got up early to play World of Warcraft, but he was asleep today. That was good. There was a loose floorboard on the landing, and he avoided it, stopping in the bathroom to quickly brush his teeth and splash a little cold water on his face. His mother and father would not usually have awoken for another hour and a half themselves. His mother was an invalid, confined to a wheelchair after the local hospital had botched the birth of Amir's sister 10 years earlier. His mother had suffered serious brain damage. The local boys called her a vegetable, and Amir's father had quit work so that he could care for her. There had been a large compensation payout, but that wasn't really the point. The money had been exhausted with the modifications they had made to the house, and then there was the ongoing cost of care when his father needed assistance. No, he thought, the money was beside the point. Their lives had been ruined. Amir had never really gotten over it. None of them had. He smoothed back his hair, set it with gel, and then went back into his room to dress. Hakim had taken him to Gap and bought him the clothes that he wanted him to wear. He took off his pajamas and dressed in the black jeans and black t-shirt, liking the smell and the feel of the fresh cotton as he pulled it over his head. He opened the curtains and looked out of the window onto the street beyond. He lived in Moss Side, a run-down area of Manchester. Before his mother's accident, his father had owned a fish and chip shop and had been a respected figure in the local community. Amir could see the shop at the corner of the street and, beyond it, the recreation field where he and Akil played cricket and football in the summer. Beyond that, just visible through the green foliage of the trees, was the dome of the mosque where he had been spending so much time lately. He gazed at these 3 personal landmarks, from the chip shop to the park to the mosque, and then at the other terraced houses on the street, all so familiar to him, and he wondered, for the first time today, whether what he was doing was the right thing. And then he thought of his mother, and what the Imam had said about that, and he knew that it was. He was still gazing out of the window when he saw the black BMW roll down the street and pull over next to the front gate. The glass was tinted, but the driver's side window was rolled down, and he saw Hakim looking out. His friend looked up at him in the window, smiled, then raised his arm and tapped a finger against his watch. Amir nodded in return, pulled the curtains, and looked around his bedroom for the last time. He saw the PlayStation he had saved so long to buy, the games scattered across the floor, the posters that he had stuck to the wall with blue tack. He felt another moment of reluctance before he remembered that Hakim was waiting for him and dismissed it. He had made a promise to him, and he couldn't let him down. He crept through the door, stepped over the creaking floorboard, and made his way down the stairs. Hakim had said they would get some breakfast on the way. He took his coat from where he had slung it over the banister, unlocked the door, and stepped outside. It was a clear day with an icy blue sky. The engine of the BMW was still running. "All right, bruv," Hakim said quietly through the open window as Amir closed the gate and crossed the pavement. Amir nodded. "In you get then. We're running a little late." Amir opened the rear door and slid inside the car. Bashir was in the passenger seat. He had a black beanie on his head. He turned and smiled as Amir settled himself in the back. "All right?" he asked. Amir nodded. It was a cold morning, and Hakim had the heater running on full blast. He put the car into first gear and pulled away. Amir couldn't help turning around in his seat and looking through the back window as the house slid out of view. He had never lived anywhere else. 19 years. It held a lot of memories for him. Some of them bad, but plenty of them were good. He thought of his mum and dad asleep in their bed. Would they be proud of him? Would they understand? He hoped so. Thinking about them made him wistful and sad, so he thought about something else. "Going to be a nice day," Hakim said, looking through the front window at the sky. "Be warm later, that's what they've been saying." "Perfect. Lots of people out." Amir felt a shiver of nerves. "Have you heard from Mohammed?" Hakim made an affirmative noise. "Going to meet us at the station like he said. Everything is happening like he said it would. Today's the day, bruv. Big day. Everything we've been working for is going to come to pass if it pleases Allah." Chapter 3. The car was second-hand and had a musty smell to it. They had spent a lot of time inside it over the course of the last few months, just driving around the city. Hakim had explained that it was the safest place to talk. Phones could be bugged, he'd said. The internet too, that wasn't safe. Better to do it all face to face, where they could be sure they wouldn't be overheard. Amir didn't mind. He liked being with Hakim and Bashir. The one time he had met Muhammad had been in the back of the car too. They had told him it would be like an interview. Muhammad was in charge of the operation, and he wanted to make sure that Amir's faith was strong enough for him to do what he needed to do. The other man, Asif, had been beaten up by a racist gang in Didsbury 2 weeks ago. His leg had been broken, and Muhammad had decided that there was no way he would be able to take part. They needed a replacement. Hakim had suggested that Amir would be perfect. He had been frightened at first, but then he listened to what Muhammad said to him, and he realized that he had been given a gift. It was an honor to be chosen. He had said yes. Hakim navigated carefully through the suburbs of Manchester. Amir sat quietly in the back, gazing out of the window at streets that became less and less familiar as they drove on. Had the city really been so bad? School had been all right. He had friends there. There was racism, of course, but that was to be expected. There was racism everywhere, and all the young Muslim boys he hung around with had experienced it. It came in many different forms. The local white boys with their snarling dogs who chased them out of the park. A taxi driver who, it was said, was a member of the EDF and refused to take ethnics in the back of his car. The police, more likely to stop and search brothers like Hakim, because how was a boy like him driving a car like this if he wasn't involved in drugs? They had all experienced it, and Muhammad had used it as another example of why what they were doing was just. But Amir couldn't forget the white boys in school who had stuck up for him against racist bullies. The owner of the corner shop who had always put a little extra in his bag of sweets. The lollipop lady who had always given him a cheeky wink as he crossed the road under her watch. Muhammad said it was black and white, no room for ambivalence, but Amir had never really accepted that. And then Muhammad had brought up what had happened to his mother, and Amir had allowed himself to be persuaded. They followed the M56 to the M6 and then drove south to Rugby. They changed to the M1 at junction 19. It was 49 miles south to Luton. "You want some music?" Hakim said as he settled back and accelerated gently up to 70. "Sure," Amir said. Bashir took out his phone and plugged it into the car stereo. He scrolled through the memory and found the track he wanted. Amir recognized the song immediately. It was Dalat al-Islam Kamat. He had listened to it 100 times on YouTube before Hakim had told him that he needed to be careful with the sites he was visiting. It was a beautiful song that started out as an Arabic chant and then became angrier and more powerful. Hakim started to sing. Bashir started to sing too. Amir had written the Arabic down and translated the words himself. "The Islamic State has arisen by the blood of the righteous," the song said. "The Islamic State has arisen by the jihad of the pious." Hakim turned and looked into the back. His face was alight with an infectious smile. "Come on, bruv, let's have it!" Amir smiled too and started to sing. Quietly at first, and then, as the song built up to its crescendo, louder and louder, until the three of them were singing at the top of their lungs. They raced south at 70 miles an hour, passing signs for Stoke-on-Trent and Leicester and Rugby. They would be in Luton by 8. Chapter 4. The firm had buildings across London. Its headquarters in Whitehall was in the old War Office building. It had been denied the largesse that had been lavished on those buildings nearby that accommodated other governmental departments. It was in an alleyway off Horse Guards Avenue, a backwater that was easily missed and where the men and women who went to work there could be easily forgotten. Each of the 10 floors was low-ceilinged and dusty, crammed with steel filing cabinets and ancient furniture. The firm had taken up residence after the war and had never moved. It was a collection of narrow alleyways and corridors, each as anonymous as the next. The waiting room was on the 7th floor. It had a single small window that looked onto a parapet. Beyond the parapet was a narrow street that accommodated government functionaries insufficiently grand to warrant an office on Whitehall itself. There were faded prints on a wall that was painted the same municipal green found in hospitals and town halls. Another wall was shelved, each shelf bearing a row of leather-bound volumes that filled the room with their dusty scent. There were 2 doors. One led to the lobby, where an old-fashioned lift wheezed and groaned as it carried people up and down between the floors. The other led to the conference room. Michael Pope looked around. The waiting room was small, and the 3 men waiting inside it were large. It felt cramped. The atmosphere was tense. Pope tried to maintain his sense of equilibrium. He got up and went to the window. He looked outside into a bright blue sky, a warm summer's day. The view was restricted, showing just the cold stone flanks of the building opposite. He returned to his seat. He was sitting next to Sergeant Thomas Snow and Sergeant Paddy McNair. Snow was from the 22nd SAS, but he had served in B Squadron before he was moved to the Revolutionary Warfare Ring, an elite cadre of hand-picked SAS operators tasked with supporting Secret Intelligence Service operations. The RWR carried out special operations as directed by the Foreign Office, including bodyguarding and backup for SIS operatives, extraction of SIS personnel, and Black Ops, including fomenting unrest and causing uprisings in foreign countries. Snow was not doing such a good job of hiding his nerves. That was a reasonable reaction to the prospect of the meeting that they were here to attend. Pope didn't know the precise makeup of the panel that had convened to discuss the events at Liverpool Street Station last month, but he knew it would include luminaries from the security services, the police, and the politicians to whom they answered. "You all right?" he asked quietly. "Bit nervous, Control." Snow replied, "Nerves are good. Keep you sharp." "So I heard." Snow was wearing a suit that looked new, and the caps of his shoes had been polished to a high sheen. Force of habit, Pope thought. 10 years in the military did that to a man. The soldier had been in the group for 3 months. Pope had selected him personally. He selected all the new recruits to the group himself. The events in Russia, the conclusion of a series of incidents that had been set in motion by the treachery of his predecessor, had led to the deaths of the agents who had needed to be replaced. Snow had been the latest replacement. He was number 12. "I'm not going to hang you out to dry. I'm on your side." "Appreciate that, sir." Paddy McNair, on the other hand, was more relaxed. He was in his early 40s and had been in the army for most of his adult life. He had been in Group 15 for 5 years. He looked like a soldier, with a solid build and big, weather-beaten hands. His face, too, had been scoured by the elements until the lines had been etched deeply. He was originally from Liverpool, and his broad accent confirmed his nickname, Scouse. Not much flustered McNair, but as he had confided to Pope as they had shared a drink last night, he wasn't looking forward to the carpeting he knew that they were about to receive. The operation that had led to them being summoned to the office had been Snow's first in the field. He couldn't have wished for a more inauspicious beginning to his new career. One of the watchwords, the watchword of Group 15, was secrecy. Operations were supposed to proceed in such a fashion that the agent carried out his or her task without attracting attention. But this operation had led to Snow's image being plastered over the front pages of all the national newspapers. The Ministry of Defence had issued a D-notice requiring all speculation as to his identity to be curtailed, and they had managed to insist, that his face be pixelated. But those undoctored images were out there. They would surface tomorrow or the next day or sometime in the future. That probably meant that Snow's first mission would be his last. McNair and Pope knew that. Snow did too. He also knew that it would mean a change of identity and a life spent watching his back. Chapter 5. They made up time on the drive south and pulled into the car park of Luton railway station at a little before 8. It was the height of rush hour, and it was almost full, with just a handful of spaces left. Hakim drove all the way to the far end of the car park. He slid the BMW into the first of two spaces between a Range Rover and an Audi and turned off the engine. The music died, and the car suddenly felt very different. The atmosphere changed, and Amir felt a twist of apprehension in his stomach. Hakim turned. "Everything all right?" Bashir nodded. "Amir?" "Yeah," he said. "I'm cool." Bashir looked at his watch. "We made good time. It'll be here soon." Amir watched as a train left the station and rumbled along the side of the car park, slowly picking up speed. It was packed. He could see passengers standing in the aisles, some of them looking out of the windows with blank expressions on their faces. "He's here." A Mazda slowed and pulled into the space next to them. Amir looked over and saw Muhammad behind the wheel. He reached down to switch off the engine and got out. He was tall and slender, with a tanned complexion and a growth of clipped stubble on his chin. He opened the back door and slid in next to Amir.
"Good morning, brothers. Is everything all right?"
"Yes, Mohammed," Bashir said. "We did everything as you said."
"Very good. This is a wonderful day."
He turned to Amir.
"Hello, brother. Are you feeling well?"
"Yes," he said, unable to hide his nerves. Muhammad had a cruel mouth with thin lips. He had heavy brows and dark eyes. Amir remembered what it was like to be pinned in his lizard stare.
"You remember what is next?"
"I remember."
"And you remember why this is necessary?"
"Yes," he said quietly. Amir knew that Muhammad could see he was nervous.
"We have to do this. You understand that, I know. We can talk and talk and talk, but our words have no impact on them. They will keep ignoring us. We are going to talk to them in a language that they will understand. Remember what Muhammad said. Our words are dead until we give them life with our blood."
"I know," he said. "I remember." Muhammad fixed him in his powerful gaze.
"Thousands of people like us are forsaking everything for what they believe. We are not doing it for worldly things, are we? We do not care about that, about them, about the tangible things that this world has to offer. Our religion is Islam, obedience to the one true God, Allah. We follow in the footsteps of the final prophet and messenger, Muhammad."
"Praise be to God," Bashir intoned.
I can see you are nervous. That is all right. I understand. It is normal. But you need to consider why we are doing what we are doing. This country is not our friend, Amir. The government perpetuates atrocities against our people, and the people's support of it makes them responsible. Do you understand?
Amir found himself unable to speak.
"He understands," Hakim said for him. "I need to hear it from him."
Amir nodded.
"I need you to say it."
"I understand."
Muhammad clasped his shoulder and squeezed. Good. When you get to London, there will be no time for second thoughts. You want to stop, you just say so now. You can get on a train and be back in Manchester in time for lunch. But I know you will not do that. I know you are a good soldier. I know when you feel doubt, you think about your mother and what happened to her. You keep that close to your heart, Amir. That is where your strength comes from. That is where you will find the certainty when you feel doubt. Amir frowned. He hated it when others suggested that he was weak. He wasn't weak. He was just as strong as Hakim and Bashir. I don't feel doubt, he said. I'm not going home. I'm a soldier. I've got a job to do. Hakim grinned at him and held up his hand. Amir clasped it. Muhammad nodded his satisfaction. If anything happens during the morning that means you are unable to carry out the operation, you must not go home. It will be too dangerous. You must come to me. There is a safe house in London. I will be there. You must come to me, and I will take care of you. They said that they understood. Muhammad gave them an address and made them repeat it to him 3 times. It was a road in Bethnal Green. They satisfied him that they remembered it, and then he led them in prayer. Amir closed his eyes and intoned the familiar words. The cadence was almost hypnotic, and he felt himself beginning to calm. When they were finished, Muhammad opened the door. I have the bags. They are in the back of my car. They went around to the rear of the Mazda and Muhammad opened the boot. There were 3 rucksacks nestled inside. He reached down, lifted the first one out and set it on the ground. It looked heavy. He took the second and third rucksacks and put them on the ground too. Amir looked inside the boot and saw a large leather-bound case, the sort of case that a musician might use to carry his instrument. He didn't know what it was, and he didn't feel that he could ask. Muhammad shut and locked the boot and then stooped to collect one of the rucksacks. He hefted it up and slung the strap over Amir's shoulder. The rucksack was heavy. May Allah go with you, Muhammad said. You will be rewarded in paradise. Allahu Akbar. They repeated it. Allahu Akbar. He hugged them one at a time and then got into the Mazda, backed it out of the parking space and drove it away. This is it, boys, Hakim said to them both. No turning back. I ain't going anywhere, Bashir replied. Me too, Amir said, and meant it, but his mouth was dry. I'm proud of you both. I'll see you in heaven. Hakim nodded. Let's go. Chapter 6. Pope went through his report once again. The shooting had been 2 weeks ago, but it was still fresh. It had dominated the front pages of the newspapers every day since then and had been the subject of a quickly assembled BBC documentary entitled Death of an Innocent. For a man like Pope, required to work in the shadows, the publicity was exquisitely uncomfortable. The establishment could not possibly allow the truth of his unit's involvement to come to light. That was a rabbit hole down which no investigation could ever be allowed to stray. And an extensive cover-up had been put into play. That, too, was embarrassing. But it was none of his fault. The Metropolitan Police and MI5 were searching for the members of a terrorist cell suspected of being in the final stages of an attack on the London transport system. A member of the public had found a bag that had been discarded on a common in Wanstead, East London. The dog walker had opened the bag and discovered that it contained a pipe bomb and a detonator. A large police investigation and manhunt began immediately. An address in Homerton was written on a video rental shop membership card that was found inside the bag. The card was in the name of Ramzi Hassan Omar, and the address was a block of flats designated for those on low incomes.
It housed a collection of working-class families. Some were locals who had been driven out of the more affluent streets as property prices were pushed up by the influx of workers from the city. Others were first- and second-generation immigrants from all around the world, the kind of men and women who came to do the jobs that no native Londoners would do. Félix Rubio was a cleaner who lived in one of the flats with his sister, her husband, and their children. He worked for a company with a contract to service the offices of a leading London law firm. He was due into the office at 8 p.m, once most of the staff had gone home. He would work for 5 hours and finish at 1 a.m, when he would then work as the night shift caretaker in a local hospice. He was, by all accounts, one of the nicest men you could ever hope to meet. Hard-working, honest, and good-natured. Not the sort one would expect to have any truck with hardline jihadist Islam. The police had the block under heavy surveillance, and at 7:30 they saw Rubio emerge from the communal entrance. The officer on duty had been unable to photograph him as he came out of the building's lobby. That was unfortunate for Rubio. The officer was unable to provide an image to Gold Command, the Metropolitan Police operational headquarters that was in charge of the investigation, and it was impossible to compare him to the passport images of the suspects who had been identified. The commander in charge of Gold Command panicked. He authorized officers to continue pursuit and surveillance and ordered that Rubio was to be prevented from entering the underground system. The officers trailed Rubio as he followed Kingsland Road to a bus stop. He took the number 242 and headed south. Plainclothes police officers boarded too and kept him under close observation. He used his telephone during the trip into the city, and one of the officers thought that she heard the word bomb. The surveillance officers believed that Rubio's behavior suggested that he might be one of the suspects and, worse, that he might be on his way to carry out an attack. The pursuing officers contacted Gold Command and reported their suspicions. Based on this information, Gold Command authorized Code Red tactics and again ordered the surveillance officers to prevent Rubio from entering the public transport system. The command ordered the surveillance team that Rubio was to be detained as soon as possible before entering the station. Gold Command then transferred control of the operation to Group 15. Pope had positioned all 10 of his available agents within the boundary of the City of London, and he tasked numbers 3 and 12, McNair and Snow, to interdict the suspect. Snow's inexperience within the group was not ideal, but it was hardly the case that he was green. He was an experienced soldier with 5 years in the SAS. This kind of interdiction was something he had done many times before. McNair was held up in traffic and had to sprint the remaining mile. Snow was there before him. In the meantime, confusion over the handover from the police to the group meant that Rubio was allowed to enter Liverpool Street Station at about 7:45 p.m, stopping to pick up a free newspaper from a distributor who stood in the lobby. He used his Oyster card to pay the fare, walked through the barrier and descended the escalator to the Central line. He then ran across the platform to board the newly arrived train. McNair arrived at street level as Snow was hurrying down the escalator to the platform. 3 surveillance officers followed Rubio onto the train. He had taken a seat with a glass panel to his right, about 2 seats in. The carriage had a handful of commuters leaving the city to go home. One of the plainclothes officers took a seat on the left, with about 2 or 3 passengers between Rubio and himself. When Snow arrived on the platform, a second officer moved to the door, blocked it from closing with his foot, and called, "He's here," to identify Rubio's location. Snow boarded the train and shot him. The shell casings collected from the floor of the carriage indicated that he had fired 8 rounds. Rubio was shot with a classic double tap, once in the chest and then once in the head, and died at the scene. McNair arrived a minute later. It took less than 5 minutes after that to understand that an awful mistake had been made. McNair and Snow had followed protocol and left the scene at once. A cover story was concocted at short notice and then calibrated overnight. The surveillance officers were anonymised and described as members of the police's elite CO-19 firearms division. It was suggested that they had fired the fatal shots. There were witnesses on the train, but pressure was put on them so that they either agreed with the official account or stated that they were conveniently looking the other way. The oak-panelled door to the conference room opened, and a smartly dressed woman stepped out. Pope glanced beyond her and saw a large circular table with a lot of severe-looking men and women sitting around it. "The committee will see you now," the woman said curtly. Snow exhaled. "Ready?" Pope said. McNair stood and straightened out his suit. "Come on, let's get this over with." Snow followed them both inside. Chapter 7. The train was full with smartly suited commuters heading into London for another day at work. Amir was in the first carriage. They had split up on the platform. There was nothing to suggest that they would be compromised, but Muhammad had told them that they needed to be careful. 3 brown-skinned boys heading into London together with 3 heavy rucksacks might attract attention. All the seats were taken, so Amir stood in the aisle, balancing himself on the headrests of the seats on either side of him. He had the rucksack on the floor between his legs. Several of the other passengers were reading from newspapers, and Amir was able to look at them over their shoulders. The front page of the popular free sheet was dominated by a messy celebrity divorce, but in a column on the right, there was the beginning of a story that reported that an Allied bomb had destroyed a school in Aleppo. Amir could only read the first 3 paragraphs, but he didn't need to read the rest to know what the story would say. Children massacred. He could almost hear Muhammad's voice angrily denouncing the imperialists and crusaders. He remembered the words of the clerics who distributed their sermons on CDs so that believers did not have to use the internet to hear them. It was wrong, Amir thought. People needed to know that it was wrong. Muhammad had explained it all to him. The only way their message would be heard was to respond in kind. They needed to use the same language. The train took 50 minutes to reach King's Cross. Amir was jostled by other passengers as they surged for the exit, and he wondered whether they would be so brusque and rude if they knew who he was and what he was carrying, what he was here to do. They don't know yet, he thought, but they will. They all will. He disembarked and saw the back of Bashir's head as he disappeared down into the tunnel that led to the underground. He followed. Chapter 8. Pope, McNair and Snow took the 3 empty chairs at the head of the table. The conference room had not been decorated for decades. It was panelled in oak that was warped and cracked. The table was new, but so modern and cheap that it looked out of place here. It was also too big. It was 4 meters long and 1 meter wide and would have been able to accommodate 14 men and women around it. The chair at each end could barely be pulled out without bumping against the wall. It was oppressively stuffy. Pope unbuttoned his jacket and settled in his uncomfortable chair. Snow and McNair sat on either side of him. This was a meeting of the Intelligence Steering Committee, the body that was putatively responsible for overseeing the secretive work of the MI5-MI6 intelligence operation known within its own walls as the Firm. The organisation was as labyrinthine as the building that accommodated it. It was divided into 15 separate groups. Each was supposed to mesh seamlessly with the others, but in practice, there was as much interdepartmental conflict as one might expect to find in any office of the same size and complexity. Group 3, for example, was responsible for providing intelligence through watching and listening, what the Americans would crassly refer to as imint and sigint, together with liaising with the electronic dragnet that was GCHQ. Group 5 maintained dead-drop post boxes and safe houses for agents in the field, and was also the home group for the postmen who were tasked with couriering intelligence and equipment around the world. Other groups were dedicated to research and development, cryptography and cryptanalysis, interpreting and transcription, forgery, vetting, interrogation, and research. Each group was led by a man or woman referred to as control. Pope was responsible for Group 15. His agents were regarded with a measure of fear by the other staff. In the fashion that the operatives of Group 5 were known as postmen, and those who worked in cryptanalysis were crackers, the agents of Group 15 were referred to as headhunters and cleaners. Assassinations and other wet work comprised a large part of their responsibilities, but not all of them. They carried out the firm's extrajudicial dirty work, burglaries, kidnapping, blackmail. They were responsible for bodyguarding other members of the intelligence community, emissaries of the government, or businessmen and women who were important to British interests overseas. They were all well-regarded soldiers before they were selected, but after their year of training at the Manor House, the group's establishment in Anstey, Wiltshire, they emerged as something else entirely. Ethically flexible operators who were adept at submerging themselves within foreign cultures. When so ordered, they became murderers who emerged from cover to eliminate their targets without regret or compunction, before disappearing again like wraiths. The committee had been imposed on the firm following the scandals involving John Milton and Beatrix Rose, two Group 15 operatives who had gone rogue. The government had installed it as an extra layer of control that would act as a suppressant to a potentially flammable political situation should the full details of the organisation's activities ever come to light. The committee was a mixed, interministerial body composed of representatives from Westminster and Whitehall. It brought together senior members of the Cabinet and Whitehall mandarins and was placed between the intelligence fraternity and the government as a guiding light or, as required, a brake. Sir Benjamin Stone, the chief of the Secret Intelligence Service, was on Pope's right. He was in his late 50s, a shade under 6 foot tall and with a large gut. The woman opposite him was Home Secretary Elizabeth Morley, a high-serving member of the Cabinet ever since the election. Appointed Home Secretary 3 years ago, she was hawkish, aggressively right-wing, and possessed of an infamously short temper. The woman to her left was Eliza Cheetham, the Director General of the Secret Service. She was in her early 60s, and more handsome now than the beauty that he knew she had been when she was younger. She was dressed in simple, loose-fitting trousers and a shirt with a jacket over the top. There was one other man. Pope knew him too. His name was Vivian Bloom. He was the permanent liaison between the firm and the government. He had briefly been the sub-rector of Lincoln College, Oxford, and his previous profession was the reason for the nickname by which he was most commonly referred to within the firm. The Reverend. Bloom must have been in his late 70s and had held on to his position through dint of the knowledge he had acquired over the course of his long career and, Pope assumed, the secrets he held over those who might otherwise have ushered him into his dotage. He had cut his teeth during the Cold War, and his successful work in recruiting agents at Berlin Station was legendary. Pope wondered how he liked this new world where the monolithic Soviet enemy had been replaced by a myriad of asymmetric threats. Bloom was plain and average, remarkable only for his dreadful sartorial sense. He dressed like a man with a modest budget but no taste whatsoever. His suit was a little too baggy for him around the shoulders and waist, and his shirt had been washed too many times. He managed his terrible eyesight with a pair of thickly lensed spectacles that had the effect of magnifying his pupils. Cheetham cleared her throat. "Thank you for coming, Captain Pope. And these are Sergeants McNair and Snow?"
"That's right. Agents 3 and 12.
"Thank you for coming, gentlemen." Snow nodded but didn't speak. McNair grunted. "We've been briefed by Benjamin," she said, "but we wanted to speak to you before we reach a conclusion." The atmosphere in the room was tense, and Pope got the feeling that a decision had already been made. This, he worried, was just window dressing. An attempt to give the impression that a thorough inquiry had been undertaken, an exercise to provide the justification for the course of action that would follow.
"Of course, ma'am,"
he said. Bit of a mess, wasn't it, Captain? Chapter 9. Pope rehashed the events of that day with as much detail as he thought prudent. He was honest and forthcoming, and when he was finished, he answered their questions candidly. The tone in the room was aggressive and did nothing to dissuade Pope from his initial assessment that blame had already been assigned. "Sergeant Snow," the Home Secretary said, "what can you tell us?"
"Captain Pope has said it all out, ma'am. I agree with everything he has said." "Yes, Sergeant," Stone said. "Of course you would say that."
Pope looked at the chief. He answered to the spook and did not hold him in high regard. His experience suggested that he was a self-serving career civil servant who would not hesitate to throw him under the bus if he thought it was to his advantage to do so. Stone gestured to include all of them in his next comment.
"The police tell the story very differently. They say that they aborted the operation between the time that you entered the station at ground level and the time you reached the platform. The commander has testified to us that she told you that the target was not a suspect and that you should stand down." "That's not true," Snow said with sudden heat. "How can you say that, Sergeant?" When was this communicated?" Pope asked, intervening before Snow could lose his temper. "The radio log records it at 7:48 p.m. The message transmitted was as follows: Target is not a suspect. Incorrect ID. Stand down. Repeat, stand down." "I didn't receive that message," Snow protested. McNair shook his head. "Neither did I," Pope said. "Could I hear the recording, please?" "I don't know what purpose that would serve. The message is the message." "Your radio, perhaps?" Bloom suggested. "You were underground. Perhaps you didn't receive it." "No," Snow said. "They work underground." "I didn't hear a thing," McNair reiterated. Morley took over. "You understand our problem, Captain Pope?" "Permission to speak frankly, ma'am." "Always?" "I do not understand the problem. What happened is regrettable, but it has nothing to do with Sergeant Snow, Sergeant McNair, or Group 15. She smiled indulgently, but Pope could see that she was irritated by his candour. "Who do you think is responsible, Captain?" "The police. There should have been a firearms team outside the flat to stop and question everyone who left. Instead, they used surveillance officers with no experience in stopping and questioning suspects. They mistook Rubio for Omar, and then they let Rubio board the bus and go into Liverpool Street Station. All of those mistakes were made before we were involved." "That may be true, Control. But the police say they called your agents off." "I don't believe them, Mum." "They say that Sergeant Snow determined to kill the suspect the moment he entered the platform." "That's not true," Snow objected loudly. The room was abruptly quiet, and the tension rose. Pope looked up at them, holding their gazes. He wanted them to see that he was confident. It was the Home Secretary who spoke first. What happened to Mr. Rubio is bitterly unfortunate, and it has brought some misgivings that I have had for some time to the surface. Pope realised that the focus of the meeting had now shifted very squarely away from Snow and onto him. Go on, Home Secretary. I am uncomfortable that we have had, for many years, a group of soldiers operating in secret around the world. Those agents are granted wide leeway to act autonomously and have often gone beyond the terms of the operation as presented and approved by oversight. Frankly, I'm uncomfortable with the idea of a state-sanctioned death squad in the first place. This isn't Chile, Captain. I'm not Pinochet, making people disappear. Pope let her words settle and then spoke calmly. The world is a more complicated place than it was 10 years ago. We face a multitude of threats. This new form of warfare can't be defended with conventional methods. An army can't stop one man with a suicide vest. I know I don't need to go through the list of jihadists who have been removed as threats to the public in the last 12 months. Removed, Morley said. A splendidly neutral euphemism, Captain. Use whatever word you prefer, Home Secretary. I try to be thoughtful. I find civilians often have weak stomachs. He regretted the slight almost as soon as it had left his lips. Thank you, Captain. But I think we can call a spade, don't you? Yes, Mum. And no, you do not need to remind us. We are aware of the work that your agents have undertaken, and we do not underestimate the need for similar action in the future. Then I don't understand what this is all about. The fact is this, Captain. The group, as it is presently constructed, is an anachronism. A dinosaur from another time. It's something that Fleming would write about. The unfortunate death of Mr. Rubio might be the reminder we need to bring it to an end. Chapter 10. Monarch Catering was a large and well-respected company responsible for a series of contracts throughout London and the South East. Established 10 years earlier, it had since that time enjoyed fast growth and numbered several blue chips among its impressive roster of clients. It had secured the main hospitality contract for the Palace of Westminster 2 years previously and had, by all accounts, performed well enough to suggest that the relationship would be long-lasting. The warehouse that served the contract was at 19 Crown Road in Edmonton. Ibrahim Yusuf parked his car on the street, as was his habit, and walked the short distance to the premises. Ibrahim was wearing a simple pair of jeans and a denim shirt. He wore glasses with wire rims, and his hair was clipped tight to his scalp. He had shaved off his beard months ago, but he still found his fingers darting up to his chin every now and again, as if surprised that his whiskers had been removed. He was of average height and average build. Nothing about him was out of the ordinary. He was the kind of anonymous man who could slip into a crowd and just disappear. He opened the door and looked at the machine they used to clock in and out. It seemed pointless to go through with that particular rigmarole this morning, but Ibrahim knew that it was important to maintain the appearance of normality, so he took his card from the rack, slid it into the slot so that the time was stamped onto it, and then replaced it. He checked through the other cards. The only other employees present were the 2 men who stocked the firm's lorries before they went out each morning. It was as he expected. The company rented both floors of the warehouse. The first floor was taken up by 4 small, dingy offices that were only rarely used.
Ibrahim jogged up the stairs and moved quickly down the short corridor to make sure they were empty. It wasn't impossible that one of the managers had popped in, and since the manager might not have clocked in, Ibrahim didn't want to be negligent and allow himself to be surprised. The offices were empty. That was good. He went back down and locked the front door. The open space where they parked the company vehicles dominated the ground floor. The company drove Mercedes Sprinter panel vans, and there was space for 3 of them in the warehouse. The drivers had backed them inside last night, and the doors stood open as the 2 warehousemen replenished the supplies carried within. "Morning," Ibrahim called out. The warehouse men were Bill and Dave. They seemed like decent enough types. Ibrahim had worked for Monarch for 2 months, and the 2 had never been anything other than pleasant towards him. Bill was in his 50s and celebrated his support of Tottenham Hotspur with a tattoo of the club's crest on his beefy forearm. Dave was younger. He had just become a father, and he regularly complained that he hadn't had a full night's sleep since his son had been born.
"Glad you're here," Bill said. "Simon ain't turned up yet."
"Really?" Ibrahim said, playing dumb.
10 minutes late. He ain't called nothing.
Dave was in the back of one of the trucks. On the piss again," he called. "Not the first time he's bailed after a night out. He'll call in sick when he wakes up, you'll see."
"Gonna get himself fired if he keeps that up."
Bill indicated one of the Mercedes.
"Your truck's done."
"Thanks," Ibrahim said.
"I'm going for a dump,"
Bill said. The bathroom was at the rear of the building. Bill took his copy of The Sun from his bag and headed to the back.
"Fuck's sake,"
Dave complained.
"I was going to have a piss. No way I'm going in there after you." "Up yours,"
Bill said as he disappeared from view. Ibrahim walked around to the back of the van. "Have you called the office?"
"What for?"
"Simon."
"Not yet. Was just going to finish loading up, then I was going to give him a ring. I'd rather give him the chance to get in."
Very good. Ibrahim reached into his bag and pulled out the Beretta 9.2 that he had fitted with a 9mm AAC Tyrant suppressor. The detachable box magazine had a 15-shot capacity. Ibrahim had 13 rounds left in the mag after having shot Simon earlier that morning. He had broken into the man's disgusting flat and found him still sleeping in bed. He had held a pillow over the silencer for added suppression and put 2 rounds into his head. Ibrahim knew that Simon lived alone. The body wouldn't be discovered for hours. Not until it was much too late. Dave was stepping down from the back of the van, and there was nowhere for him to go when Ibrahim aimed the gun and fired. The gun barked twice, the suppressor muffling the reports a little, but certainly not eliminating them. The man was only 5 feet away, and Ibrahim couldn't miss. The first shot blew a hole in his coveralls to the right of his sternum, and the second punctured his throat. He slumped back into the van, a look of the most exquisite confusion on his face. Ibrahim turned and walked to the bathroom. It was small, with a hand basin, 2 urinals and a cubicle. The door was shut, and Ibrahim could hear Bill inside.
"Wait up, I told you I'm going to be a while."
Ibrahim fired 3 shots through the flimsy door. He gave it a kick, shattering the lock, the door jamming up against Bill's spasming body as it slumped forward on the toilet. He fired again, to be sure. Ibrahim went back into the warehouse. He made sure that Dave's body was safely inside the back of the first van. He went to the button that opened the main doors and pressed it. The engine whirred, and the metal door rolled up, sliding back on well-oiled casters. Abdul was waiting outside in the beat-up Vauxhall Astra he had bought from an eBay seller 2 weeks ago. The man had asked for cash, and Abdul had been happy to oblige him. Cash would be much harder to trace. At Ibrahim's signal, he reversed the van into the warehouse, sliding it tight up against the right-hand wall with the Mercedes to the left. Abdul switched off the engine and Ibrahim pressed the button to lower the door again. The door rolled down and gave out a metallic clang as it contacted the concrete floor. Abdul stepped down. "Any problems?" "None," Ibrahim reported. "It was easy." "Praise Allah." "Praise Allah." "We must move quickly." "The others?" Ibrahim nodded. "It's all in hand." "You spoke to Muhammad?" "Yes, as I was walking here. He is confident." "The 3 boys?" "He said that he met them and that they are on their way." "And they will do what needs to be done?" "Allah willing. It is in his hands." The warehouse was brightly lit from the fluorescent lights overhead. Abdul opened the back of the Astra and brought down a selection of large plastic containers. They were branded with the logos of catering supply companies and advertised as holding various ingredients: carrot, broccoli, potatoes, and other vegetables. The contents had been poured away, and then sharp craft knives had been used to slice from the sides around to the backs. Now, the tops of the containers could be pulled forward enough to allow access to the interiors. "Is everything there?" Ibrahim asked. "It is, but you should check." He did. He carefully split one container so that he could reach inside. His fingers fastened around a metal cylinder. He brought it out. It was the barrel of a Smith & Wesson M&P 9mm. The other containers held a small arsenal of weapons, MP5 submachine guns that had been broken down so that they could fit into the containers, semi-automatic pistols, magazines, fragmentation grenades. He clambered into the back of the Sprinter. Racking had been fitted on both sides, and each shelf held 2 rows of similar containers. He had taken pictures of the cans, and Abdul had matched them at the cash and carry. He cleared the shelf nearest to the front of the compartment, stacked Abdul's containers against the side of the truck, and then obscured them behind containers that had not been tampered with. They worked quickly, and when they were done, the weapons were well hidden. Not satisfied with just that cursory check, he jumped down and looked at the interior of the truck from the bumper, the view that the security guards would have if today was one of the days they chose to examine the vehicles passing through their checkpoint. "Well," Abdul said. "Very good," Ibrahim replied. "Very good." Chapter 11. Isabella wandered aimlessly all morning. She crossed the river on Waterloo Bridge, walked down the Strand to Trafalgar Square, whiled away an hour in St James's Park, and then, finally, ambled along Birdcage Walk to Parliament Square. She slowed her pace. There was a demonstration, anti-war protesters raging against the suggestion that the British military be put to fresh use against ISIS in Iraq and Syria. She stopped to do up a lace that did not need tying and used the opportunity to surveil the armed police who were observing the spectacle with wary attention. She looked up to the rooftops. There were officers with video cameras recording the faces of the protesters. Isabella felt vulnerable, and pulling up her hood, she skirted the crowd. She put on her sunglasses, barely hearing their angry chants in response to the exhortations of the orator who was addressing them from a raised box with the assistance of a portable amplifier. Her skin crawled as she walked within range of the cameras. She only regained her equilibrium as she proceeded south down Abingdon Street. She passed Westminster Abbey and, with no real destination in mind, turned into Victoria Park Gardens. The park was adjacent to the southwest corner of the Palace of Westminster and named for the tower that loomed above it. She walked by the statue of Emmeline Pankhurst and Rodin's sculpture of the Burghers of Calais until she was at the stone wall that looked down on the sluggish, greeny-grey waters of the river below. She rested her elbows on the wall and gazed out onto the Thames. A towboat was hauling 6 barges upstream, and one of the brightly coloured commuter clippers passed it going in the opposite direction. The sky overhead was blue and clear, latticed with the fluffy contrails of passing jets. She had been lying to Pope. She didn't have a flight to catch. She hadn't known why he wanted to see her, and so she had left her return open. She had nothing to do and no place to go. There was her continued training, the regimen that she had interrupted to make this visit, and she would pick it up again when she returned to her riad. But apart from that, there was little else to occupy her. She had no friends, no connections, no reason to be anywhere or do anything. Usually that was something that did not concern her. She preferred a life with no tethers. Today, though, looking down onto the water, she wondered whether she had it all wrong. She turned her head and looked at the Palace of Westminster. Her mother had dedicated her life to furthering the interests of the government whose decisions were debated within those imposing walls. She had hidden her occupation from her husband, Isabella's father, and it had killed him. She thought about the things that her mother had told her during the short time that they had spent together. Beatrix had explained the betrayal that had inspired her vendetta. She had been unable to complete it before the cancer that had raged through her body had rendered her too weak to follow through with her original plan. She had sacrificed herself in an effort to complete her revenge. When that had failed, Isabella had finished the job. She looked down and found that her fingers had drifted unconsciously up to the sleeve of her shirt, up towards her shoulder. Her fingers traced over the spot where she wore the tattoo of the rose. It marked that final death, the final addition to the set that her mother had been unable to complete. She opened her right fist and trailed the fingertips of her left hand across the silver locket. She was disappointed. She realized that at a dim and distant level, she had been entertaining the prospect that Pope was going to offer her something to do. Something, perhaps, that her mother might have done before her. She allowed herself a laugh. That was foolishness. She was 15 years old. What use could control possibly have for her? She unclipped the clasp of the chain, put it around her neck, and fastened it again. She slid the locket between her t-shirt and skin and let the warmed silver drop down to her chest. The blare of the tugboat's horn brought her around again. There was no point in dawdling. She wasn't interested in sightseeing. She reached into her pocket for her phone and called up the map of the Underground. She needed to get to Heathrow. She could take the Jubilee line at Westminster, change onto the Bakerloo line at Baker Street, and then get the Heathrow Express from Paddington. It would take her an hour to get across the city. No, she thought, there is nothing for me here. No reason to stay. Time to leave. She would be back in Marrakesh by evening. Chapter 12. Ibrahim drove the Mercedes Sprinter carefully. He'd driven the route 2 times before in order to familiarize himself with it, and that familiarity bred confidence. It was 20 miles, and in the heavy morning traffic he knew it would take between an hour and an hour and a half. That was fine. The itinerary had been designed with that in mind, and it would be flexible enough to be adapted should that be necessary. Everything was proceeding as he had planned. Allah was smiling upon them. Relaxing was out of the question, but as he idled before a red light on the North Circular, he did allow himself a moment to think about the events that had led to this day. Ibrahim had fought the Peshmerga in the ultimately futile Battle of Kobani, and Abdul had been involved with the foreign hostages in Aleppo and Raqqa. Ibrahim did not have to try very hard to remember what it was like to be pinned down in a defensive position as imperialist jets screamed overhead, dropping their laser-guided bombs and demolishing vehicles and emplacements. He had seen brothers whom he had fought alongside torn to pieces by the bombs. And he had met others, older than he was, who had done battle with the fascists in Afghanistan and Iraq, and others who had fought the Jews in Palestine. He had heard stories of what the enemy had done during the conflicts. He had seen videos of the atrocities at Abu Ghraib, read about the torture at the CIA's black sites, and fulminated over the continued injustices at Guantanamo. The Caliph had decreed that retaliation was in order. Ibrahim was honoured to have been chosen to put the plan into effect. He was a British citizen born and bred. There were 10 of them who had been selected from the ranks of the British fighters who had offered themselves into the service of the Islamic State. Some of them, like himself and Abdul, had seen plenty of fighting in the 2 or 3 years that they had been in the Middle East. Others were less experienced, but no less dedicated to the cause. The government had made it clear that nationals who travelled to Syria and Iraq to fight for the caliphate would be treated as terrorists if they were to return. Terrorists. The hypocrisy turned his stomach. Nevertheless, they could not risk the likelihood that they would be arrested if they returned by air. Muhammad had crafted a detailed and thorough plan that would make that unnecessary and mean that they could travel without fear of detection. They had travelled by sea on a series of cargo ships, trawlers and pleasure craft, transferring from one to the next in the middle of the ocean, far from prying eyes. Muammar Gaddafi had used similar methods to supply the IRA with weapons in the 1970s, and it was just as effective today as it had been then. The final transfer had been at the Atlantic off the coast of Southern Ireland. The final trawler had deposited them in a deserted cove close to Kinmel Bay in northeast Wales, and they had dispersed into safe houses around the country. They were well funded, with no need to work, and provided with false identities. The preparation had been perfect. Nothing had gone wrong. Now they needed to execute the plan. Chapter 13. Pope had had just about enough.
I'm secretary. I'm afraid I'm going to have to speak frankly again. I was reluctant to be control, as you know, but I have seen things. We live in a world with people in it who are not prepared to observe the usual rules of engagement. They will fly planes into skyscrapers. They will blow up bags of high explosive on underground trains and buses. They have no compunction in killing themselves if that is what is necessary to achieve their objectives.
He couldn't hide his anger, and as he spoke, he became angrier still.
We live by the rule of law. They do not. And because of that, the rule of law has to be a flexible concept. Those men and women are enemies of the state, and they can't be reasoned with. The only way to deal with them is to speak their language, to fight fire with fire. And who is going to do that, Mom? Are you? Are people at the highest echelons?
He slapped his palm against the table. His wedding ring struck the wood, and the noise was louder than he had intended. His anger had caused stupefaction in the room. They were stunned by his candour. He could see that, and knew clearly that he was talking himself into a world of trouble. But he couldn't stop.
I have heard the arguments against the work that I do, but when I hear them, it makes me think about the things I've seen. I know that the only way to stop these people is to kill them before they kill us. Sometimes it has to be without trial, in the dark.
Captain Pope. He looked around the table. The Home Secretary was agape at the strength of his denunciation. Stone was shocked, and Bloom watched with a mixture of surprise and, Pope thought, amused admiration. He was talking himself into obsolescence. He knew he should stop, but he couldn't.
We can agree that Rubio's death was a tragedy. I know Sergeant Snow will never be able to forget what he did. It was a dreadful, horrific error. But if blame is being attributed, it should be attributed correctly. The intelligence was flawed. That is an MI5 issue. The police response was badly flawed. That is an issue for them and for you, Home Secretary. My agency is a tool. We were given a target, we eliminated the target. You don't blame the tool when it is put to the wrong use. Captain Pope! Nearly finished, ma'am. The fact is, you will be put in a position again very soon where a similar call will need to be made. Another threat will be identified at an early stage, and we will have a choice. We either strike and run the risk that the intelligence is incorrect, or gamble and hope that it isn't right. But if you get that wrong, it won't be one jihadi we are mourning, and it won't be a single innocent man who was wrongfully killed. It will be tens or hundreds or thousands of civilians. We have to be strong enough to keep making those decisions because they will save more innocent lives than they cost. And that means that the existence of an agency like Group 15 is necessary. You can talk about due process all you like, but when it comes down to it, you need the cutting edge we provide. And I think if you are honest with yourselves, you'll admit that's true.
Pope stood. Snow was pale. McNair was shaking his head, his mouth open, and an expression of good-humoured surprise on his face. He was wise enough to have read the same signs as Pope. Morley was red in the face.
Is that all? Yes, ma'am. You are suspended, Captain. Yes, ma'am. What shall I tell my agents? That the group is suspended. Everyone is to stand down. Everyone. Anyone in the field is to return home. Everything stops. Effective immediately. Very good, ma'am.
Snow and McNair stood, and Pope took a quarter turn before he stopped. In for a penny, he thought. The writing was on the wall. They were going down. Might as well go out swinging.
One more thing. With respect, I am not interested in defending my position to a civilian. I wouldn't expect you to understand. But what I would say is this. If you are serious about suspending the group, then you should be prepared to explain to the country that your morality is worth more than the blood of the men and women who will die to pay for it. I suspect that will be a difficult speech to write. You should probably ask your aides to start thinking about it now.
He straightened out his suit with 2 brisk downward brushing movements.
Good day to you all.
Chapter 14. The van pulled up at the goods in-out entrance on Abingdon Street at 5 minutes before 12. A service road led off to the left, passing through a gate and then a checkpoint beyond that. Ibrahim waited patiently as the van was photographed. Software compared the registration with the list of permitted vehicles, and when a match had been found, the gate slid aside. Ibrahim edged ahead, stopping before the metal bar of the checkpoint. Beyond that, a ramp was raised. There was a small office built into the archway through which the road descended, and inside sat 2 armed policemen. The security was impressive. Ibrahim had passed through the checkpoint many times before, and he knew the procedure. The detail changed regularly, and he didn't recognize the policeman who came out and approached the van. "Is this usual?" Abdul asked nervously. "It is fine," Ibrahim murmured. "Just act normal. Relax." The policeman came up to Ibrahim's window and indicated that he should wind it down. "Naim, sir?" "Ibrahim Yusuf. Purpose? Food delivery. Your friend? Abdul Mansour." "Wait there, please, gents." The man went back into the office and spoke with his colleague. Ibrahim rested his fingers on the wheel and drummed them lightly, presenting as normal a picture as he could. He was nervous, and he could see that Abdul was too. He knew that he was as well prepared as he could be, but it would only take a moment of inattention on his part or intuition on the part of the guards for the scheme to be compromised. There was a plan B, of course, but that was not the point. Plan A was what he had worked so hard to bring to fruition, and to fail at the final hurdle would be the cruelest of ironies. Ibrahim had studied the Palace of Westminster for 6 months. It was simple enough to glean information from online searches, but he had supplemented this with 2 field trips, posing as a tourist on the official tour and visiting his local MP. It was an impressive building. The Gothic edifice covered an area of nearly 9 acres and presented a river frontage of nearly 1,000 feet to the east, with a centre portion sandwiched by towers, 2 wings, and wing towers at each end. He was particularly interested in its security, especially when it had been breached. Everyone knew about the failed gunpowder plot, commemorated every November with the burning in effigy of Guy Fawkes. Spencer Perceval had been shot here in 1812, the only Prime Minister ever to have been assassinated, and the building had been the target of Fenian bombs in 1885. The Irish Republican Army had struck it twice in the 1970s. In 1974, a 20-pound bomb exploded in Westminster Hall, rupturing a gas main and causing extensive damage. 5 years later, a car bomb claimed the life of Airy Neave, a prominent Conservative politician, while he was driving out of the Commons car park in New Palace Yard. The subsequent threat of jihadist terrorism had upped the ante once again. Today, the place was guarded by armed officers from the Metropolitan Police's elite SC and 019 unit. The policeman returned. Ibrahim couldn't help but look at the Heckler & Koch MP5 SFA3 semi-automatic carbine that was slung across his chest, his finger resting outside the trigger guard. "You're on the list, sir, but not your friend." "He should be." "Says you normally have a Simon Williams?" He smiled and nodded. "That's right, we do. He didn't come into work today? He called in sick?" "I'm afraid I don't have clearance for an Abdul Mansour. I can't let him in." Ibrahim sensed Abdul's tension and spoke quickly before Abdul could say anything stupid. "Really? He's been with us for as long as I have." "Doesn't matter." "Call the office. I'm sure they'll be able to clear it up." He reached forward and took a business card from a holder that had been glued to the dash. He handed the card to the policeman, who still looked dubious. "I'd really appreciate it if you could clear it up. It's going to take me twice as long to do on my own, and we're already running late." "All right." The man went back to the gatehouse. Ibrahim saw him take a telephone and put it to his ear.
"There's no one in the warehouse,"
Abdul hissed. "I know."
"So, the number forwards to Muhammad's phone. He'll sort this out."
But would he? They had taped the Smith & Wesson 9mm to the underside of his seat, and he allowed his arm to fall down next to the door so that he could feel the cold metal with his fingertips. The policeman came back. "I spoke to your boss. It's some kind of oversight. I'll let it go for today, but you need to get it fixed. And I'll need to take a look in the back. Could you come around and open up, please?" "Of course, not a problem." The man drifted to the rear of the van.
"We will be discovered,"
Abdul said, his voice tight with tension.
"Relax. Whatever happens is his will. Be calm."
Ibrahim reached for the keys to switch off the engine, but his hands were trembling and he fumbled them. Damn it. He needed to be calm too. He managed to kill the engine, extracted the keys from the ignition and stepped out. He glimpsed the second policeman in the doorway of the little office, his carbine similarly held on a strap and angled down to the ground. He unlocked the rear doors and opened them. "What have you got in here, sir?" "Ingredients for the kitchen, meat, fish, vegetables, that sort of thing." The policeman took a half step forward, and for a horrible moment, Ibrahim thought he was going to climb inside the van. Their doctored hiding places would not stand much scrutiny. But he did not. He stepped back and nodded his satisfaction. "Sorry to bother you, lads. We're being careful." Ibrahim knew why that was. The assassination of Felix Rubio had caused all manner of consternation in the press, and there had been protests and demonstrations afterwards. His funeral last week had ended with a riot that had been put down with brutal efficiency. There was talk of retaliation, of radicalization, of increased terrorist chatter. They had no idea. Ibrahim knew that the man's murder would be of benefit to their cause in the long run, but he wasn't interested in that. His focus was on the short term, and the increase in security would make it more difficult to do what he had promised to do. He got into the van. "Are we good?" "We are. Just smile and relax." He started the engine again. The policeman gave him a nod of recognition as his colleague raised the barrier and lowered the ramp. Ibrahim put the gearbox into first and pressed down gently on the accelerator. The van bumped over the exposed lip of the ramp and was swallowed by the narrow tunnel. Chapter 15. Isabella bought a ticket to Heathrow from the machine, used it to pass through the gate and joined the queue that was shuffling toward the escalator. It hummed as it carried her down the long shaft to the vestibule below. Amir took the Victoria line to Green Park Station and then changed to the southbound Jubilee line to Westminster. The carriage was full and he had to stand. The Jubilee line was newer, and the trains and the stations were all much sleeker and more modern than the others that they had used when they had scouted the capital last month. Westminster in particular was an impressive vaulted space, a cavern that had been carved in the earth at the side of the Thames. It was one of the main stations that served the offices of government around the Palace of Westminster and Whitehall. Many of these men and women, waiting patiently for the train to carry them to their destinations, were puppets of the state, putting into effect the pernicious policies that had led to decades of misery for their brothers and sisters in the Middle East. Had they seen the effects of those policies, as Amir had? Muhammad had told him to watch the YouTube videos of the atrocities that had been carried out in the name of civilization and democracy. The bombed schools and hospitals, the dead children, the families wiped out by drone strikes and 500-pound bombs dropped by cowards from 10,000 feet. He looked at the men and women around him as they read their newspapers and listened to their music. They were oblivious. They had no idea what he could do to them with just a simple click of the trigger in his pocket. And yet, as the train rushed through the dark tunnel, the doubts returned. These people were not soldiers. They did not drop the bombs. They had families. They were mothers and fathers, not so different to the brothers and sisters in Iraq and Palestine and Afghanistan and the other Muslim lands. He closed his eyes and tried to remember what the Imam had said to him, the words of the sacred Quran. Fight in the cause of Allah those who fight you, but do not transgress limits, for Allah loveth not transgressors. And slay them wherever ye catch them, and turn them out from where they have turned you out. For tumult and oppression are worse than slaughter. But fight them not at the sacred mosque, unless they fight you there. But if they fight you, slay them. Such is the reward of those who suppress faith. He could almost hear the cadence of Alam Hussein's deep, sonorous voice. He closed his eyes and let the rhythm of the verse play through his head. Fight in the cause of Allah those who fight you, and slay them wherever ye catch them. Such is the reward of those who suppress faith. The weight of the rucksack brought him back around. The strap was cutting into his right shoulder, so he carefully transferred it so that it was slung across his left. The bag itself was against his chest. He wrapped his arms around it so that he could cradle it and reduce the downward pressure from the strap. He thought about what was inside the bag and what it would do when he detonated it. what it would do to him and all these people. The train eased into Westminster Station. The screen doors on the platform opened first, and then the doors to the train. This was where he had agreed to detonate the bomb. Right here, in the carriage, catching some as they stepped out and others as they stepped in. His would be the first blow to be struck. The second and third blows would be triggered by his actions. A series of attacks that would amount to a grievous blow against the infidels, deep in the heart of their country, right next to the seat of their democracy. The scrum of passengers shifted and eddied as people elbowed their way to the carriage's exit. A man told him to move out of the way, and a woman tutted at him. And as he took a pace to the left to allow them the space to squeeze by, he was pushed towards the exit himself. He disembarked, not really thinking, clutching the heavy rucksack to his chest. The tide of commuters carried him towards the opening that led to the main vestibule and the escalators that would take him to the surface. He thought he saw Bashir. The tide shifted, people bustling into his line of sight, and he couldn't be sure. He craned his neck. "Come on, buddy," a man said, nudging him. "Sorry." Amir was bustled onto the escalator. He was breathing quickly and his pulse was racing. He looked for Bashir and couldn't see him, even as they ascended. He gazed at the others, the long queue of people going down to the platforms on his left, the others heading up to the surface with him. Men and women and children. A woman staring at the screen of her cell phone. A man reading a book on a Kindle. A couple balancing a child's stroller between them. A pretty blonde girl not that much younger than him, a leather satchel hung over her shoulder. No, he couldn't do it. He turned back, closed his eyes, and waited for the escalator to deliver him to the surface. Hakim's train had rolled into the station 5 minutes before Amir's. That was what they had planned. He needed time to get into position. The rush hour was long since ended, but this was a busy station. He had seen Bashir get onto the train, but he had lost sight of Amir in the scrum at King's Cross. He was a little concerned about the young brother. It had been harder to persuade him that what they were going to do this morning was necessary. Muhammad had worked on Amir. Hakim thought that the young recruit could be relied upon, but he wasn't as certain about Amir as he was about Bashir. Hakim looked at the oblivious men and women around him. They were like cattle. They had no idea what was about to happen. It gave him a wild thrill of excitement. He walked from the platform into the vestibule that accommodated the escalators. He separated himself from the throng and found a place where he could wait without being too obvious about it. The plan called for him to stay here until Amir had detonated his bomb. The boy would kill and maim dozens of the infidels in the confined space of the train carriage. His bomb would also cause panic and send hundreds of them dashing headlong to where he, Hakim, would be waiting for them. He would press himself into the middle of the crush and close his eyes. He would pray to Allah that he would kill as many of them as he could. He looked at his watch just as he heard the sound of the next train easing into the station. This must be Amir. Not long. Moments. He knew this was a martyrdom operation and that he wouldn't live beyond this day. He knew his span on this earth could be measured in minutes now. Seconds. He was content with that. He was clear-headed and calm, prepared to sacrifice himself to the greater good. His blood would serve the caliphate, and the scripture was clear and unequivocal. He would earn a place in paradise for his work. He heard the sound of the train's doors closing. Now? The train accelerated. He looked at his watch. He waited. Nothing. No explosion. He didn't understand what was happening. Amir should have been here by now. He was trying to think what to do when he saw the boy on the escalator above him. His mouth fell open. Amir still had his rucksack over his shoulder. He was clutching the bag to his chest as if it was something precious. He wanted to call out, "Amir!" but he knew that he couldn't draw attention to himself. Amir was going to the surface. He had failed. He had lost his nerve and failed. Once again, he heard the scripture that Alam Hussein had made him memorize. "O Prophet, rouse the believers to fight. If there are 20 among you patient and persevering, they will vanquish 200. If there are 100, then they will slaughter 1,000 unbelievers, for the infidels are a people devoid of understanding." Amir might fail, but he would not. He took a step away from the wall and then another, pushing his way into the crowd of people waiting to get onto the escalator. He remembered everything that the Imam had said and everything that Muhammad had said after that. He closed his eyes, ignoring the angry words as he bumped into men and women. He put his hand into his pocket and felt the trigger. He grasped the switch and felt its sharp edge press into the flesh of his thumb. "Allahu Akbar!" he yelled. "Allahu Akbar! Allahu..." Chapter 16. "Allahu Akbar! Allahu..." Isabella heard the chant as the doors of the carriage closed behind her. She was adjacent to the passageway that led through to the escalators, and she was looking out into it as the train slowly eased into motion. The angle changed, and her attention was snagged by a poster for a new film she had been thinking of seeing. Then came the explosion. Isabella saw a bright white light that seemed to go on for seconds, and then she heard a dull crump. It was loud, but blunt. It was like a thud, a physical sensation that she could feel passing through her body. She saw a gout of smoke punch out of the passageway and onto the platform. At the same time, the glass screen doors shattered and the side of the carriage was peppered with tiny pieces of debris that rang out loudly. A jagged crack appeared in the window, and further down the carriage an entire pane shattered and fell onto the passengers. The train jerked to a sudden stop. There was silence for a moment, and then came the sound of screaming from the platform and the vestibule beyond. One of the women in the carriage had been lacerated by the falling glass, and as the other passengers saw the blood that was running down from her scalp, some of them started to scream too. The lights on the platform flickered and died. Smoke drifted in through the smashed window. The lights in the carriage winked out too, and in an instant it became completely black. The smoke was acrid. She heard people retching and coughing. The carriage lights came on again. A man was stumbling along the platform. Isabella looked at him and saw that he had no face, just a mask of blood and skin. A passenger yanked down the handle of the carriage's intercom and tried to speak to the driver. Other men and women appeared on the platform. Their faces were blackened with soot and dirt and blood, and their clothes were torn and shredded. The whites of their wide eyes stood out against the muck on their skin. A man tried to wrestle the doors open. He managed to part them a crack and call for help. 2 others pushed through the scrum and tried to force them all the way open. She was buffeted to the side, and as she put her weight on her right foot, she felt the crunching of broken glass beneath it. The lights flickered and died for a second time. A shower of sparks drifted down from the ceiling to the floor of the platform. The screaming got louder. Chapter 17. Allahu Akbar! Allahu! Amir was at the top of the escalator when he heard Hakim's strident chant. His call was enveloped by the crashing roar of the bomb as it exploded in the vestibule below him. It was a loud, sudden boom, closely followed by a pressure wave that pushed up the shaft and flattened everyone in its wake. It lifted Amir up and tossed him, dropping him on his front, the rucksack beneath him. The rumble was followed by the sound of shrapnel striking against the concrete walls of the shaft and the metal treads of the escalator. The sound was like a whoosh, the noise that a very strong wind might make. It almost felt electrical, and his hair stood up on end. There came a sudden silence. Amir heard the sound of his own breathing, in and out, ragged and on the edge of panic, and then came the shrieks and screams. The horror. Smoke coursed out of the mouth of the shaft, black and choking, and Amir felt it sting his eyes. Amir shook the rucksack from his shoulders and left it on the floor as he scrambled to his feet. He forgot about it and ran. He crashed into a large man in a London Underground uniform. He was old, his kindly face absorbed with shock and horror. The man was trying to forge a path through the onrushers so that he could get to the escalators. Amir looked up and saw the white of daylight from the station exits. He had to get outside. Amir ran to the gate line, bumped and balked by the others around him. The gates were all open, and he squeezed through, climbed the steps, and emerged into the bright sunlight. He looked up. Big Ben stretched overhead, and behind it the towers and crenellations of the Palace of Westminster. A single Union Jack flew from a flagpole atop one of the towers. The pennant hung down, rustling in the negligible wind. Amir looked across the road and saw Bashir opposite the exit to the station, crossing the road and heading right at him. Bashir looked back at him for a moment, confusion quickly replaced by anger. "Stop!" Amir saw the bulk of his rucksack and knew what was about to happen. He ran. Chapter 18. Pope, McNair and Snow stepped out of the office. The street was shaded by the tall shoulders of the buildings on either side, but as they walked on, they passed into the sunshine that shimmered down onto Whitehall. He'd said too much. He knew he would if they pressed the wrong buttons. He had promised himself that he would be diplomatic, hold his tongue, and ignore all the provocation that he knew was coming his way, but he just couldn't. He had no respect for any of those people. They pronounced and opined without any idea of what it was that the men and women under his command did for their country. He had been an active member of the group until his predecessor had gone rogue. He had more than his own share of kills, and the price he had paid for each one of them was high. He had always tried to take his own feelings out of the equation. He had been a weapon. Someone else chose the target and aimed the weapon. He simply carried out his orders and then went back to his family and tried to forget about them. That had been his policy, although, of course, it wasn't as simple as that. He had probably handled it better than John Milton, but what did that say about him? Milton had wrestled with his demons for years, tried to drown them in drink, and eventually he had decided that the only way he could deal with them was to take himself as far away from London and his old life as he could. Milton was out, and good luck to him. Pope found that he wished he could join him. They ambled down Whitehall. Snow was smoking a cigarette, his second, sucking down the tobacco with greedy gulps. He smoked compulsively, especially when he was irritated, and he certainly had grounds for irritation now. "Fockers," McNair said. "I know," Pope said. "They have no idea, not the first clue." "It's not over yet. Someone will see sense." He said it, but he didn't really believe it. He knew that there would have to be a scapegoat for what had happened to Felix Rubio. A bloodletting was inevitable. It should have been the police and the spooks for the faulty intelligence, but Group 15 was an easier target. There would be an inquest to find out what had happened, and far better for the agency to be disbanded and dispersed to forestall the possibility that a light might be shone on the murky, grubby world in which they operated. Similar steps were taken after Bloody Sunday. The men involved were scattered far and wide to prevent the truth from emerging. The playbook hadn't changed in 40 years. It was still the obvious response. It was as craven and short-sighted now as it had been then. But Pope was long enough in the tooth not to be surprised by such things. He grimaced again and wished for the second time that he had held his tongue. Snow noticed his expression. "Forget it, sir. You did what you could." "At least they know how you feel about it now," McNair added. Pope allowed himself a small smile in response. They passed the Red Lion pub, Derby Gate, and then St. Stephen's Tavern. Snow finished the cigarette and immediately lit a third. Pope found himself wondering what to do for the rest of the afternoon. He had never been suspended before, and he realised, with a rueful grin, he had no idea what that meant in practical terms. Should he go home? No, he thought. There were people with whom he needed to discuss the morning's events. But where should he do that? What did suspension mean? Was he supposed to go back to their building on the river, make his calls, and then wait for further orders? They joined the scrum of pedestrians at the junction of Bridge Street and Whitehall. He looked up at Elizabeth Tower. It rose with a stately rhythm, higher and higher, and then there came the iconic clock face, picked out as a giant rose, its petals fringed with gold. It was a minute before midday. The traffic lights changed in their favour just as the minute hand ticked over to an upright position and the famous chimes pealed out. Pope waited for the first strike of the hour bell. The detonation came from Bridge Street, in the direction of the river. It was a deep, guttural boom, accompanied by a tremor that passed beneath his feet. Pope knew it was a bomb immediately. The blast had been very slightly muffled. It had come from the direction of the underground station. He ran toward the entrance, Snow and McNair hard on his heels, just as a huge cloud of dust and smoke poured out and billowed up into the bright afternoon. He saw the man on the other side of the street. Most people were standing around, confused and befuddled. They were slack-jawed, their eyes black and dazed. But this man was moving. He was dressed in black and carrying, with obvious effort, a rucksack that he wore on his back. Pope knew how to spot a suicide bomber. He knew the playbook after an attack too. He had served in theatres where suicide bombings were often a daily occurrence. Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, Lebanon, Israel. The first blast was often diversionary. Lethal, yes. Deadly. But designed to funnel as many targets as possible into a killing zone where they could be attacked by a bigger secondary explosion. The jihadis did it with IEDs, using one to herd soldiers and civilians into a position where the second bomb could do serious damage. The man with the rucksack wasn't standing still. He wasn't confused. He was walking, with a determined stride, right into the middle of the crowd. "No!" Pope yelled. The man reached into his pocket. "Bomb! Run!" Chapter 19. A bright yellow light, seemingly everywhere, and then Pope was lifted, twisted, and flung to the ground. There was the deafening crack of an explosion, and Pope was pummeled by a smack of boiling air. He felt the lash of debris, hot slugs that peppered his cheeks and forehead and the back of his hands. He stayed there on his back, the breath sucked out of his lungs by the retreating pressure. He opened his eyes, blinking hard. The sun seemed to quiver overhead, and then it disappeared in a cloud of black smoke. There was a moment of unearthly silence, broken only by the music of broken glass, the creaking of metal, the patter of falling debris. Then the screaming started. He looked and tried to clear his head. The blast had thrown him fully 15 feet and deposited him against the side of a black cab that had stopped in the middle of the road. The mass of people who had retreated from the first blast inside the station were not there any longer. He felt something fall on his face, and when he yanked it away, he found it was a piece of yellow fabric, a dress maybe, now soaked in blood. A shower of glass and concrete fell over him. Pieces of paper sucked from the offices in the buildings above the station, falling gently to earth like autumn leaves. And the smell of roast pork. Once you had experienced it, you could never forget it. Burning flesh. The road was ruined for 50 yards in both directions. There were hundreds of windows in the sand-coloured limestone walls of the palace, and they had all been blown in. Glass rained down. A man bumped into him and fell to the ground. People were running all around him, screaming and crying. A bus that had been passing had swerved and crashed into the railings. A dump truck had slammed into the back of the bus. The trees that stood between the high railings and the flanks of the building had all been denuded of their leaves, and now they stood naked and at crooked angles. The road itself was no more than a smoking crater. There were red smears on the tarmac and the pavements and the walls of the buildings. An inky black cloud mushroomed overhead, obscuring the clock tower and the buildings that faced it. The smell of cordite was everywhere. And it was cordite, Pope knew. This wasn't a homemade bomb. This wasn't hydrogen peroxide from boiled-down hair products. It wasn't HMTD from hexamine tablets and citrus acid. This smelled like military-grade explosive. Control! It was Snow. I'm here. Number 12 emerged from the smoke. He was covered in ash and soot. He had been a little closer to the seat of the explosion than Pope, and the blast had ripped his jacket from his back and torn his shirt. He wore his pistol in a shoulder holster, and Pope watched as his hand flicked up to it and yanked it free. It made him think of his own Sig Sauer, and he was grateful as his fingers found that it was still there too. 2 explosions, Pope said, although he knew that Snow would be aware of that. First one in the station, second one just outside it. Fucking hell, Snow said. You all right? I'm fine. You? Cuts and bruises. Number 3? I'm here, McNair said. He was on the ground, 10 feet away, carefully pushing to his feet. Hurt? Scratches? Nothing. We were lucky. Pope looked around, trying to focus. There were dozens of bodies on the ground. Many of them had been torn apart. The bomb had been laced with shrapnel, and the metal debris would have lacerated the flesh of anyone who was within 20 yards. He took in the bloody devastation with as clinical an eye as he could. Dismembered limbs, a torso impaled on the railings, the disembodied head of a man, his expression of open-mouthed surprise starting to set as the muscles stiffened. There were moans and cries for help. In the distance, there came the sound of sirens. And then, closer to hand, a sound he recognized immediately. Gunfire. It was coming from his 4 o'clock. Pope spun. The palace. Chapter 20. The man they called Muhammad was waiting inside the empty warehouse. His name was not really Muhammad. He had been given many names, and it had been so long since he had been referred to by the one his mother had given him that he had almost forgotten it. He had been given the name of Muhammad Shalmalak when he arrived in the United Kingdom. His false passport and driver's license bore that name, and it was the one he used as he set up a home for himself in the north of the country. It was the name he had used when speaking to the young suicide bombers that the Imam Alam Hussein had provided. For a man who did not care for names, it was as good as any. Weeks ago, Muhammad had been provided with the address of this warehouse and a key to open the padlocked front door. He had not questioned its provision, but he had been scrupulous in ensuring that it was vacant. The warehouse had seemed derelict and had obviously been empty for months. There were 2 offices and a bathroom on the first floor. All had borne the evidence of squatters. There was graffiti on the walls, the radiators had been removed for scrap, and what little furniture had been left behind was broken and useless. It had been the same downstairs too. The small kitchen had been filthy, and the large warehouse space was a wreck, with clinker from an unswept chimney gathered in a dirty grate. The only piece of furniture had been a 2-seater sofa, the fabric covering ripped so that the yellow stuffing was poking out. Muhammad had not concerned himself with the state of the property. It was empty, it could be secured, and the windows had been covered by metal sheeting that meant that it was impossible to see inside. It had been the perfect spot to build his bombs. He was wearing a pair of latex gloves and overshoes and a hairnet. He had dropped his bag on the sofa. He opened it, took out a silenced 9mm Beretta and placed it on the floor. He went back to the bag, took out an iPad, saw that he had a strong 4G signal and opened the BBC's iPlayer app. He navigated to BBC Parliament. Prime Minister's Questions was held in the main chamber of the House of Commons every Wednesday at midday. It was an unruly bear pit, and tickets in the public gallery were sought after by foreign visitors who found the occasion both fascinating and appalling. The baying, rude loutishness of it all was so different from proceedings in their own countries. Muhammad found it distasteful. Attendance was strongly encouraged for MPs of all persuasions, and that usually meant that both the government and opposition benches were full. Most debates in the Commons were dry and dull affairs, with the green benches mostly empty. But Muhammad knew that this would be different. He had watched it on television, and of course, he had secured one of those public gallery seats for himself when he conducted his reconnaissance. It was, to borrow a term that the Americans used, target rich. And security, although improved since the day when 2 protesters had lobbed condoms stuffed with purple flour at Tony Blair, was still unimpressive. He was confident that they would be able to surmount it. The ticker along the bottom of the screen announced an item of breaking news. Reports of explosion at Westminster Underground Station. A moment later, Muhammad saw a man in a traditional black suit with knee-length breeches and a sword at his side approach the speaker's chair and speak quietly into the occupant's ear. The speaker asked a question, received the answer, and then gave a nod that he understood. He called for order. Honourable friends, I have just been informed that there has been an explosion at Westminster Underground Station. I'm afraid I have no further details, but the police are requesting that we remain in the chamber until they can confirm that there is no threat to us. The camera jerked to the familiar view over the dispatch box, then to the Prime Minister and the front bench of the government. Another man in a dark suit was leaning over the seated Prime Minister. The politician rose and followed the man out of shot. Others followed, the leader of the opposition, the front bench. Muhammad grimaced. They were being taken somewhere else. That was annoying, but not unexpected. He had assumed that standard procedure would be to remove the leaders to a panic room, and that appeared to be what was happening. No matter. The camera pulled back to a wide shot. The parliamentarians were conferring anxiously, a hubbub of noise that provided a backdrop for the sombre tones of the presenter as she explained that sources were now confirming that the explosion had been caused by a bomb. Muhammad was expecting what would come next, but when it happened, the payoff was better than he could possibly have imagined. The detonation of what he took to be the third bomb was only 500 feet from the House of Commons. The blast separated from the house only by the open space of New Palace Yard, was close enough to be audible as a loud detonation, easily picked up by the microphones in the chamber. There were 6 windows on the east and west sides of the house, each filled with rich stained glass. The pressure wave shattered the westward-facing windows, casting fragments of glass down onto the benches below. The presenter swore, and screams went up from the chamber. The feed remained live for a moment, men and women standing and hurrying to the aisles, and then it cut to black. When the picture resumed, the feed had been switched to the BBC News channel. The presenter looked flustered and panicked. You join me now as we hear the breaking news that there has been a series of explosions near the Houses of Parliament. Police sources are reporting that an explosion at Westminster Underground Station was most likely a bomb. We can only assume that what you are about to see, filmed from inside the House of Commons, is the moment a second bomb exploded. Chapter 21. Ibrahim Yusuf was in the back of the Sprinter. He knew the plan called for 3 separate blasts. The first was to detonate on the train, and he doubted that he would have heard it occurring 100 feet below the surface. The muffled crack was the second in the station. The third, just now, was outside. It was deafening. It was also their signal to move. He opened one of the bags of vegetables and took out the small Uzi submachine gun that was hidden inside. He took one of the magazines, pressed it into the pistol grip, and switched the 3-position selector behind the trigger group to automatic fire. The irony that this was a Jewish weapon was not lost on him. The open bolt design meant that contamination was more likely than with other weapons he could have chosen, but he had packed the gun carefully, and its compact design meant that it was worth the risk. He took 2 additional 50-round magazines and stuffed them into the pockets of his jacket. He wore the machine gun on a bungee cord around his neck and hid it beneath his jacket. Then he tore back the hinged lid on the empty tin of peas and pulled out 2 Swiss HGM 1985 fragmentation grenades. He put one in his pocket and held the other in his hand. Finally, he opened an empty can of carrots and took out a small bag that could be worn around the waist. He passed the belt around and snapped the clips together. "Wait here," he said to Abdul. "Yes. Get the vests ready. If anyone comes, shoot them." He jumped down and hurried out of the loading area. He jogged up the ramp and out into the sunshine. An inky mushroom cloud was unfolding into the blue, already cloaking the walls of the clock tower above him. The sound of sirens was audible, still distant, but drawing nearer. He needed to be quick. He ran, knowing that would not be out of the ordinary, given the panic that was erupting around him. Sprinting hard along the side of the building until he got to the security booth that served the main exit onto Bridge Street. The 2 policemen were out of the booth, standing at the fence and looking east to the seat of the blast. He drew a little closer and saw Faik walking to the gate 50 feet away. Behind him, he saw Nazir, Mo, Bilal and Anil. The men were in position, just as they were supposed to be. He slowed to a fast walk. One of the policemen turned to him. "Stay back, sir, there's been a bomb." "Oh my God," he said. "Where?" "Underground station. 2, I think. One inside and one out. Best stay here, it's not safe out there." The policeman turned back to the fence. Ibrahim pulled the pin on the grenade and rolled it underarm into the space between the booth and the fence where the 2 men were standing. He pressed himself behind a brick wall strut and held his breath. Neither policeman saw the grenade. Their attention was distracted. It was equipped with a pre-segmented shell filled with 155 grams of high explosive. The blast turned the steel casing into a storm of razored shrapnel, and it blazed out in all directions. The men were peppered with shards, their backs absorbing most of the damage. They slumped against the fence and then slid down it to the ground, blood pooling on the concrete beneath them. The door to the booth was ajar. There was a button on the wall that released the lock on the turnstiles, and he pressed it, hearing a satisfying click from outside. The men ran for the gate. Faik pushed through the gate first. He was grinning. "The weapons are in place," Ibrahim said, as Nazir and Mo followed Faik through the turnstiles. "Where?" "Follow the road to the loading area. Abdul is waiting for you." He was still inside the booth when he saw the man with the gun. He was covered in ash and soot, and his clothes were torn, but he did not appear to have been injured. He was walking to the gate, a pistol held out before him in a steady two-handed grip. Ibrahim shouted a warning, but it was too late. Bilal was negotiating the turnstile, his range of movement severely curtailed. The man with the gun adjusted his aim and fired 2 shots from 20 feet away. They both found their target. Bilal was struck in the leg and the back and fell forward, jamming the gate with his body. Anil was behind him, and now the turnstile was blocked. Ibrahim watched helplessly as the man changed his aim and shot him too. Ibrahim tensed, expecting one or both of them to trigger their suicide vests, but they did not. They must have died before they could reach for the triggers. He shouldered his way out of the booth, raised the Uzi, and fired a long burst through the railings. The man dropped to the ground and rolled behind the cover of a bus. He ran. Faik, Nazir, and Mo were ahead of him. "Bilal!" Faik called back to him. He hadn't seen what had happened. "Shot by the police. And Anil. Put them out of your mind. There are 5 of us. That is enough." They ran down the ramp back into the building. "We must be quick. They will start to move the targets." Ibrahim took off his jacket and dropped it as he ran, freeing the Uzi. He led the way back to the loading dock, the other men following behind him. As he turned onto the ramp, he saw 2 members of the resident catering staff coming towards them. He raised the submachine gun and sprayed them with automatic fire. The man and the woman were close, and it would have been difficult to miss them. They were stitched with several rounds each, both of them stumbling, halting and falling to their knees. Ibrahim ran by them to the van. Abdul was in the back. He opened the door and handed out the hidden weapons. Each man had a submachine gun, a handgun, multiple magazines, and 3 grenades. Ibrahim turned to the newcomers. "Do you have your vests?" He could tell from the bulk that was evident beneath their jackets that they did. Faik unzipped his coat. He was wearing an armless gilet with stitched-on loops into which 6 pipe bombs had been fitted. Each explosive was surrounded by a fragmentation jacket that was stuffed with nails, screws, nuts and ball bearings. It was the shrapnel that effectively turned each jacket into a crude, body-worn claymore mine. Muhammad had made them in his workshop and delivered them yesterday. "Take off your jackets! Let the infidels see them!" They did. They had smuggled their own vests into the building inside 2 paper sacks of potatoes. Abdul had put on one of the vests. He handed Ibrahim the remaining one. Ibrahim put it on. It was heavy, around 40 pounds, but it felt good. It made him feel potent. He would have liked to pray, but there was no time. "You know what to do." Each man nodded that he did. There was nothing else to say. Ibrahim took a breath to ready himself and then led the way into the heart of the building. Chapter 22. Pope, Snow and McNair approached the gate, weapons drawn. The first man had fallen onto his face. The second man had tried to force the gate, but it had been blocked by the first man's body. He had taken a step back and had looked as if he was about to run when Pope shot him too. Snow approached the second man. "Be careful," Pope called. "You could have a vest on." Snow fired a shot into his leg from 20 feet away. The limb jerked, but the man did not move. He was dead. The man lying inside the turnstile was motionless, but Pope was not prepared to take chances with him either. He stayed out of range, aimed and fired a round into his thigh. No movement. He was dead too. Pope hurried ahead, took the man by the ankles and hauled him out of the way.
"What do we do?"
Snow said.
"I'm going in. Paddy, you're with me."
"And me?" Snow asked.
"Find a policeman, tell him what's happened, then come after us."
"You see how he fired?" McNair said. "Close bursts, targeted. He's been trained." Pope nodded. He had noticed that too. McNair dropped to his haunches next to the man beside the gate. He unzipped the man's jacket and swore colourfully. Pope turned to look. The man was wearing a gilet fitted with pipe bombs.
"Hurry," Pope said to Snow. "Tell the police we've got multiple suicide bombers inside. We're going to need backup."
Snow sprinted away. He turned to McNair.
"Ready?"
McNair nodded.
"Come on."
Pope pushed through the turnstile and ran in the same direction as the attackers. Chapter 23. Ibrahim led the way. They climbed a flight of stairs out of the basement and emerged in the kitchens. There was a series of dining rooms set out along the oak-panelled corridor that began at the entrance to the kitchen. The staff of the refreshments department were responsible for the food and drink that was served. There were 4 chefs in the kitchen this afternoon, 3 men and 1 woman. They had switched on a radio and were gathered around it as the presenter breathlessly relayed the developing news of the bombing at the underground station. Ibrahim raised his Uzi and sprayed them with bullets. Stray rounds sparked off the pots and pans on the metal shelving, but most of them found their marks. The chefs dropped to the floor, one of them sliding off the shining stainless steel counter and bringing a pot of peeled carrots down atop him. "Eyes open!" Ibrahim called out. His men advanced in stooped crouches, fanning out, each of them with his weapon drawn and ready to fire. They were well-trained and experienced soldiers. Death was not a stranger to them. They had walked with him for months. Ibrahim knew that they would be ready to kill when the moment presented itself. He knew that they were ready to die too. Ibrahim led the way through the kitchen. There was a window in each of the double doors at the far end, and he glanced through into the corridor beyond. An alarm was sounding. Ibrahim didn't know what it signified, but he guessed that it had been triggered following the blasts outside. He hoped and suspected that it would mean that the people inside the building would be held in place until the outside was secured. Abdul, Faik, Nazir and Mo waited for his instructions. "You remember the plan?" They nodded, but he repeated it anyway. "We take the steps to the level up from here. Then we split. Faik, you're with me. We go left and take the long route to the lobby. Abdul, Nazir, Mo, you go right. We meet there. Shoot anyone you see." Muhammad had laid out their tactics. They knew that they would, in all likelihood, come across stiff resistance as they headed to the Chamber of the Commons. Splitting into 2 separate teams would increase the odds of at least one of them making it. After all, they only needed 1 man to get inside. He checked through the window again. A policeman had entered the corridor. He was walking away from them. "Ready?" They nodded. "Now!" He eased the door open and stepped through. The policeman turned just as he raised the Uzi and squeezed off a quick fusillade. The man was struck several times, stumbling back until he tripped and fell onto his side. He had collapsed next to the stairs. Ibrahim rushed ahead, put a final round into the man's head, and led the way up the flight of stone steps. Chapter 24. Pope saw the sprinter and the discarded jackets and coats that had been scattered on the ground next to it. There were 5 of them. He paused quickly and saw the mess of open tins and packets of produce that had been strewn around. It was easy enough to put together what had happened. The van had brought 1 or 2 men inside. Most likely it was 2. The weapons for the attack had been hidden inside the open tins and packets. The bombs were a distraction. One of the men from the van had killed the police guarding the entrance so that he could let the other men inside. The 5 jackets left on the ground suggested that the plan called for 7 men. He had counted 4 and killed 2. The spare jacket must have belonged to the man who had been left to guard the van.
There's 5 of them, not 4, and they're all armed. Our friend had an Uzi. We better assume they all do.
Chapter 25. They climbed the winding corkscrew stone staircase and emerged on the ground floor close to the Commons library, where they split into their separate teams. They split up. Abdul, Nasir and Mo went one way and Ibrahim and Faik went another. Their paths would converge on the lobby that preceded the entrance to the Commons. Ibrahim ran, the extra weight of the explosives slowing him down. They passed through the Piers lobby and the corridor beyond and reached the central lobby. It was a grand octagonal hall that was one of the central hubs of the building. He glanced up at the vaulted tower above them, a full 60 feet in diameter. It was austere and impressive, obviously designed to cow those who visited. It did not have that effect on Ibrahim. There were 20 or 30 people there. He saw old men in suits, a few women, and a policeman with his back turned to them. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. They must have heard what was happening outside by now. Ibrahim had trained for precisely this situation, and his reaction was instant and ruthless. He released his hold on the Uzi, letting it fall free on the bungee cord, his right hand stabbing down into one of the pouches on his vest and removing one of the grenades. He pulled the pin, tossed it into the middle of the crowd, and slipped behind the cover of a pillar. The grenade burst apart with a sharp crack. Hundreds of pieces of sharp-edged shrapnel were propelled in all directions. Those near the seat of the explosion were torn to shreds. It exploded on the floor, so those who might otherwise have survived were struck below the waist. They fell to the floor, their hands reaching for the wounds to their buttocks and legs. Ibrahim and Faik stepped out of cover and fired at the survivors. They both emptied their magazines, then ejected and loaded fresh ones. They fired for 10 seconds and then stopped. Ibrahim paused to get his breath. He smelled cordite. Gunpowder. He heard soft moans. Faik shouted out. Ibrahim spun. Another 2 policemen ran up the steps from St. Stephen's Hall. Faik fired first. The policemen hadn't seen them and stood no chance. Ibrahim fired. The policemen collapsed to their knees, clutching their stomachs. Faik approached cautiously and shot both of them again.
Well done, brother. Allah smiles on us. We're nearly there. We must hurry.
They left the carnage in the lobby and headed north. The walls of the corridor were covered with grand frescoes. The ostentatiousness was distasteful. He thought of the austerity of the caliph's quarters in Raqqa. The comparison was instructive, the worldly against the spiritual. He knew which he preferred. He was at the entrance to the Commons lobby when he heard more gunfire from behind him. He spun around and saw a man crouched low, aiming a pistol. He realized dimly that it was the man who had shot Bilal and Anil as they had tried to pass through the turnstile outside. There was a second man a few steps behind him. Ibrahim tripped over his feet, just managing to launch himself into a deep recess as the pistol barked again and bullets winged out toward him. He crashed against the wall. No hits. Lucky. Faik? Nothing.
Faik! He's dead,
a man's voice called out.
You're next.
He risked a quick glance back. Faik was laid out on the floor. He had been shot as he had left the central lobby. He was on his belly, unmoving, a pool of blood inching out from an open wound in his temple. A gun fired again. He pressed himself deeper into the recess as a cloud of dust and stone fragments exploded just overhead. The firing stopped.
Do not come any closer,
Ibrahim yelled.
Throw out your weapon. No! You're trapped. Throw it out. I have a suicide vest. My finger is on the trigger. If I see you, I will detonate it. We will both die.
Ibrahim heard the sudden clatter of gunfire from the other direction. Screams. He turned his head. He was almost at the end of the corridor, 10 feet from the entrance to the Commons lobby. He could see into most of it from where he was. Abdul, Nazir and Mo had entered the lobby from the east. A policeman had been guarding the doors to the Commons, but now he was on his back. "Abdul!" Ibrahim yelled. "Help!" Besides Ibrahim, Abdul had the most battlefield experience of any of them. He knew what to do. They could see each other, but the angle meant that the men who had shot Faik could not see them. Ibrahim pointed back to the south, to Faik's body. Abdul crept ahead, lowered himself to a crouch, and pressed himself against the doorway. He fastened his eyes on Ibrahim's and counted down on his fingers. 3.
Throw out.
2.
Your weapons.
1. They both spun out of cover, their submachine guns up and firing. He saw a flash of colour against the dun stone and focused his aim on it, fully automatic. Bullets crashed against the wall and a storm of chips was cast out, but the men who had shot Faik were in cover. Mo and Nazir joined Abdul at the doorway and opened fire. "Keep firing!" Ibrahim yelled over the sound of the fusillade. He took one of his grenades, pulled the pin and rolled it underarm toward where he thought the men were sheltering. The fuse was set for 5 seconds. The grenade detonated with a crash that was amplified by the natural acoustics of the corridor. Shrapnel clanged against the walls and a cloud of black smoke billowed out. He took the chance to sprint out from cover, throwing himself into the lobby with the others. Chapter 26. Pope pressed himself behind the pillar. He had been fortunate. The grenade had gone off ahead of him, and his cover, in a recess behind a statue of a parliamentarian he did not recognise, had been good enough to protect him from the shrapnel, save for the tracks of scratches that had been scored across his shoulder.
Control!
It was McNair. His voice was pained and weak. Pope looked across the corridor to where he was sheltering. His left hand was pressed to his gut in a hopeless attempt to staunch the flow of blood that was pouring from the shrapnel wound. His shirt was saturated, and gobbets of blood were soaking through and falling to the floor. Shit! McNair shook his head. He knew he was in trouble. Pope knew there was nothing he could do to help him. There were 4 attackers left, unless others had breached the building without his knowledge. They all had automatic weapons. They probably all had grenades too. He and McNair couldn't retreat. If they did, there was no telling what the attackers would do. The terrorists had suicide vests. Pope didn't know what procedure would be in the chamber when the building was under attack. Would they lock it all down? Or would they evacuate? If they did that, there was no telling how long it would take, and if they did, how would they know where the shooters were located? There would have been several hundred MPs, press, and members of the public in there. They could be herded into a killing zone. No, they would defend the doors and lock it down. But if the attackers could get inside... He shook his head. They couldn't retreat. McNair had to wait. Pope knew he was going to have to deal with them. McNair coughed. Pope looked over as he spat out a streamer of blood.
"It's a gut shot, Scouse," Pope said. "You've got a while to bleed yet. Stay with me."
"Nah." McNair shook his head.
"I'm fucked. Feel dizzy. Losing too much blood. Must have nicked an artery."
Pope grimaced. Where was Snow? They were badly outgunned. The attackers had obviously targeted the chamber. Everything else was diversionary. He tried to think. He didn't even know whether the doors could be locked. He needed help. "Control!" McNair wheezed. He looked back. McNair nodded his head at the body of the dead terrorist. The bomber had fallen between two recesses. McNair was in the first recess, then came the body, then the second. Pope knew what McNair was suggesting. "Cover me!" he wheezed. "Scouse!" Before Pope could protest, McNair shuffled out of cover and lumbered to the body. Pope swung out, saw movement in the lobby, and laid down suppressing fire. He fired 6 shots before the gun clicked empty. McNair grunted with effort. Pope turned and saw him hauling the dead man face first around the corner into the central lobby. "Scouse!" he hissed, hoping that his words wouldn't carry to the lobby. "I'm here." "Does he have grenades?" "No." "His Uzi?" "I'm dry." McNair appeared around the edge of the wall and slid the dead man's machine pistol down the corridor. It came to a stop adjacent to Pope's recess. He reached out with his toe, snagged the bungee cord, and dragged it to him. He collected it, checked that the magazine was properly engaged, and leaned with his back against the recess. They couldn't have very long. Either the attackers would get into the chamber and do what they had come to do, or, if they had more grenades, they would roll a couple more toward him, and maybe he wouldn't be so lucky the next time. "Control!" McNair's voice was weaker. "I'm here." "Ready?" He tried to compose himself for what he knew McNair was about to do. "Good luck, Scouse. Been an honour." Chapter 27. Ibrahim aimed his Uzi at the entrance to the corridor. If anyone was foolish enough to follow him out of it, he would pepper him. The Commons lobby was about 45 feet square, with a door at each side, and all 4 sides formed alike. Each was divided into 3 equal parts, the central of which contained a deeply recessed doorway, while the remaining parts, which included the corners, were divided into 2 stories. Mo was at the double doors that offered access to the main chamber. "Come on!" Ibrahim shouted. "The doors!" Mo took aim at the doors and fired a blast from the Uzi. Chips of wood were thrown into the air, each impact marked by a little explosion of sawdust, but the door was too solid to be disturbed by the small caliber rounds. "They've locked themselves inside!" Ibrahim glanced at the door. He set his Uzi on the ground and unhooked the bag that he wore around his waist. He unzipped the bag and took out 2 fist-sized portions of military-grade plastic explosive, the fused detonator and the battery. "Cover me!" Nazir grinned. He turned on a diagonal so that he could cover the door to his right and the door from which Ibrahim had entered. Mo and Abdul faced in the opposite direction so that they could cover the door to the left and the main door. They couldn't see down into the corridor where Faik had been killed without presenting a target. But if anyone tried to storm the lobby, they would be able to shoot them before they got very far. Ibrahim took the plastique and tore off the strip of adhesive backing. He had taken 2 steps towards the door when he heard a loud shout from behind him. "Hey!" He turned. A large white man had staggered out of the corridor. He was wearing a pair of suit trousers, a blood-stained white shirt, and a suicide vest. Faik's vest. The trigger was in his hand. Nazir raised his gun. "Don't shoot!" Ibrahim screamed. If a bullet struck the vest, it would set off the explosives. Nazir fired and missed, but it didn't matter. The man pressed the trigger, closing the circuit and sending an electrical charge to the detonator. The vest exploded. Ibrahim was picked up by the blast and tossed across the lobby. As he slammed against the wall, he was just vaguely aware of another huge, tearing explosion. The last thought that passed through his mind obliterating even the promise of heaven and 72 virgins, was that it was his own vest. Chapter 28. It had been easy enough for Amir to get away from the area. The streets around the Houses of Parliament had been chaotic. He had turned onto Whitehall and run all the way to Trafalgar Square. He had made it to the cenotaph when the first unmarked police car screamed by, its lights flashing and siren wailing. He stopped for breath when he was at the entrance to the square as another 3 police cars raced south. By the time he had crossed the stalled jam of traffic around the monument, he had counted 10, and overhead the first helicopter was clattering to the scene. He ran to the entrance of Charing Cross Station, but the metal gate had been pulled across. A harassed member of staff was telling people that there had been an incident on the underground and that the whole network was suspended. He climbed the stairs again, the muscles in his legs burning from the exertion, and looked around. He saw a bus. He didn't notice the number or the destination, but it had its doors open and it looked as if it was still running. He climbed aboard, stuffed a hand into his pocket and fumbled around until he found a £1 coin. He dropped it in the driver's tray and clambered up to the top deck. There was a spare seat a third of the way down, and he slumped down in it. The woman next to him had her phone out. She was reading a page from the BBC News website. He saw the word bomb before a gout of vomit pulsed up from the roil of his stomach. He fought it back, the harsh acidity burning the back of his throat. The bus lumbered away into the crush of traffic. Whitehall was jammed now, too. He watched through the windows as 4 armed policemen sprinted south, their weapons cradled before them. Chapter 29. Amir had called the number Mohammed had given him 30 minutes after the bombs had been reported on the news, just as the story was switching to the drama inside the Houses of Parliament. The boy had called on a public phone as he had been instructed. That was good. He had been frantic. That was not good. Mohammed had spent the first 5 minutes just calming him down. He had given him the address of the warehouse and then made preparations for his arrival. Now that he was done, he put on his coat, collected his cell phone and the silenced Beretta M9 and went outside to his van. The warehouse was on Seabright Street. It was a half-mile to the west of Bethnal Green tube station. The entire tube network was suspended, so he had instructed Amir to catch a bus that would deposit him on the old Bethnal Green Road at the stop opposite the Tesco Metro. When he arrived, he was to call him from the public phone box outside the Coral betting shop. His van was parked 50 yards to the south, nestled between a moped and a dirty white panel van. It was a plain Ford Transit, dented and dirty, and bought for cash. It disappeared into the background, completely unobtrusive. The driving position was raised and offered him an excellent view of the warehouse and the street. The main road was several turnings away, and there were no cameras between it and here. He had cleared his property from the warehouse that morning, transferring it into the back of the van. He had planned to move on once the operation had concluded. It was unwise to stay in one place for too long. He had a list of safe houses that would accommodate him for as long as he decided to stay in London. The next one was in Leytonstone to the east. He sat in the van and waited for the boy to call again, watching the news on his iPad. His mood soured as it became clear that the full expansive goals of the operation had not been met. He already knew that the first bomb, the one on the train, had not been detonated. Worse, the bulletins eventually confirmed that the 6 attackers had not been able to get into the chamber of the House of Commons. On that level, it had been a failure, but it had been encouraging in other ways. The reporters had switched their attention from the carnage outside the station to the Palace of Westminster, as soon as it became clear that the drama unfolding within was pressing and happening in real time. Several reporters covering PMQs had been stranded inside the building, and they provided furtive and fearful updates, whispering into their cell phones. There were dispatches from inside the chamber where gunfire was audible, and then the broadcasters found their money shot. The cameras inside the chamber had been left running, and they had caught the moment when the suicide vests had been detonated in the lobby. The explosion had been enormous. He knew it was more than one vest. The footage was played back again and again, and the studio experts suggested that 3 separate blasts could be discerned, each following almost immediately after the other. Muhammad agreed. The doors had been blown into the chamber, and all of the remaining windows had been smashed. There had been a minor stampede as MPs of all persuasions tried to put as much distance as possible between them and the smoke that was pouring into the chamber from the lobby. The police had quickly restored order, and an evacuation had begun. Even now, willing volunteers, no doubt keen to demonstrate their bravery to their constituents, were lining up on Parliament Green to tell their side of the story to the phalanx of reporters. Yes, he thought. It had not gone quite as well as he had hoped, but it had been a success in the main, most fundamental way. A blow had been struck right to the heart of the country. The Caliph had reached out and scratched his fingers down the door that barred the way to the heart of their democracy. They had demonstrated that nowhere was safe. They had proven that they didn't need airliners to cause terror. They could do it with 10 men, a handful of weapons, and a few pounds of explosives. His phone rang. It was the boy. Muhammad gave him directions to the warehouse and ended the call. He navigated to the folder with the martyrdom videos that each man had recorded in the days leading up to today. He would release them at the appropriate time, when the news cycle needed to be given another nudge. That wouldn't be for a few days yet. He doubted that anything else would be talked about. He saw a slightly built young man cross the junction, pause on the other side, and then carry on. Muhammad leaned forward and concentrated. The man returned, paused again, and then walked toward the warehouse. Muhammad collected the 9mm Beretta M9 from the glove box. The gun had been fitted with a suppressor. He put it into his jacket pocket. The man was closer now. Dusk had fallen, and visibility was lessened, but he could see it was Amir. He took a pair of latex overshoes and pulled them over his trainers, then pulled on a pair of gloves and a plastic hairnet. He got out of the van, closed the door quietly, and crossed over the road. Amir was facing the door, half-heartedly pulling the cage. Muhammad reached into his pocket for the key with his right hand and clasped Amir around the shoulder with his left. "Amir," he said, "do not worry. It is me." "I'm sorry," the boy said. He turned, and Muhammad saw the tears streaming down his face. He would have to be quick. He did not want to have a scene on the street passers-by might remember. He unlocked the cage, yanked it back, opened the door, and pulled Amir inside. There was a large space inside. The metal sheets over the windows stopped all the light. The only illumination came through the gaps that edged the door, weak and ineffectual, and quickly absorbed by the darkness. The room was damp, and Muhammad could hear the trickling of water from somewhere in the gloom. He had purchased a builder's lamp from a branch of wicks, and he crouched down to switch it on. The sudden glare created a vivid pool of light, picking out rows of racking that would once have been used for storage. The shelves cast a lattice of deep black shadows against the walls. Amir looked around uncertainly. "What is this place?" "Somewhere we won't be seen. You are safe here, Amir." "I'm sorry." He couldn't finish the sentence. "What happened?" The boy's tears came in hungry sobs.
Tell me.
I couldn't do it.
What do you mean?
I was there, in the train, but I couldn't. There were people there, tourists. I would have killed all of them.
It is fine, Amir. You don't need to worry. I understand.
The boy looked at him, confusion evident on his face. Muhammad knew why. Amir must have expected that he would be angry with him for failing to carry out his orders. He knew the effect that he could have on people. He knew that he had a powerful, forceful personality, and a man with his fearsome reputation was not a man that you would want to disappoint. He had relied upon both to fashion his mules as he wished, to inspire them to do his bidding. But this one had not done as he had been told.
Did anyone see you come here?
I don't think so, Amir said.
You don't think?
I was careful, he whined, but I'm confused. This whole thing. Muhammad spoke with the most reassuring tone that he could manage.
I'm sure you were careful, brother. You need to be calm. Everything is going to be all right. Where is your rucksack?
I left it there.
At Westminster?
Yes, inside. I left it there and ran. He started to sob again. Muhammad tried to placate him.
It doesn't matter. The operation is a success.
Bashir and Hakim? He nodded.
They are with the Prophet now.
You sure?
Yes. The details are a little confused, but they are reporting that there were 2 explosions.
There were, Amir said quickly, trying to please him. Definitely, I heard them.
Many infidels were killed. It doesn't matter that you did not detonate your bomb. Everything will be fine, Amir. You need to relax.
Amir looked at Muhammad, and a fresh look of confusion came over his face. He pointed. Why are you wearing those? He meant the overshoes, the gloves, and the hairnet.
I'm very careful, Muhammad explained. I don't leave evidence that I have been in a place.
What about me?
It's fine. They won't be able to follow you here very easily.
So why are you wearing them?
We will be leaving soon, he said, reassuring him. You are safe, Amir.
He knew that the security forces would identify Amir soon enough. They would scour the footage from the barrage of CCTV cameras in the station, and it would be a simple enough thing to find the boy with the heavy-looking rucksack that was just the same as the rucksacks carried by the 2 bombers. They would be able to follow his underground journey all the way back to Euston. And then they would find him disembarking from the train. They would follow that back to Luton. Muhammad had anticipated that they would, of course. That was why he had proposed the meeting in the car park rather than in the station itself. He had checked very carefully, and he was sure that there were no cameras at the end of the station property. The police would find Bashir's car and be able to trace their journey back to its origin in Manchester. There would be no sign of Muhammad. And, of course, the police would be able to follow Amir's footsteps away from Westminster. They would be able to follow him onto the bus. They would know when he disembarked too. But Muhammad was confident that there would be limited coverage once he left the bus, and none once he turned onto the warren of roads and alleys that eventually led to the warehouse. They would follow him as far as they could and then swamp the area with officers. They would find this place eventually, but it would be much too late by then. He had plenty of time, but he had to deal with the boy. They'll follow me here.
Some of the way. Not once you left the main road.
So, why do you need that stuff?
I like to be very careful. This is dangerous work, Amir. I have been doing it for many years. Do you know why I have never been caught?
Because you are careful.
And because I don't leave loose ends.
He took the gun from his pocket and shot the boy in the gut. The Beretta coughed, the report muffled by the suppressor. Amir fell to the floor, his hands clasped around his stomach, with the blood already discolouring his shirt. He looked up at Muhammad in shock. He stepped up to him, pressed the end of the silencer against his crown, and fired a second time. The force of the round knocked Amir down onto his side. Muhammad collected both casings and put them into his pocket. He took his iPad and opened the BBC's iPlayer app. The usual evening schedule had been cancelled for wall-to-wall coverage of the bombing. There was a helicopter overhead offering an excellent view of the damage that the second bomb had caused. The news anchor was reporting dozens of fatalities and hundreds maimed or wounded. Survivors, many glazed over with shock, were relaying their experiences to the cameras. Senior police officers struggled to answer premature questions about who might be responsible. Politicians, only recently allowed to leave the questionable safety of the Commons chamber, fulminated angrily and promised that the perpetrators would be brought to justice. But the overwhelming impression was one of hopelessness that a powerful blow had been struck in the heart of the capital. And that was all very, very good. It would metastasize into fury and the desire for bloody revenge. And that was good too. Muhammad took a bottle of water and drank from it. He put his iPad away and made his preparations to leave. Chapter 30. It took an hour before the doors to the carriage were finally opened. The train had moved down the platform a little, and the smashed screen doors did not match up evenly with the doorways. People went through in single file. The emergency lights on the platform were lit. It meant that they could see where they were going. It also meant that they could see the devastation that had been wrought around them. They went forward as a long snake, each person holding onto the hand of the person ahead of them. A man was in front of Isabella. He was wearing a suit and a polished pair of brown brogues and looked completely out of place. They walked through the passageway and into the vestibule. She heard the man mutter a curse. Up ahead, there was a pile of people. None of them were moving. Some of them were in pieces. They had to climb over and through them. The woman who was holding Isabella's hand broke out of the line, jostling her, and as she caught her balance, she put her foot down on the leg of one of the bodies. It felt soft, with give to it, and was not what she would have expected at all. The woman stumbled and fell. Isabella kept walking. A fireman was at the head of their little line. He led them to the escalator and ushered them up.
"Keep going up,"
he said, as Isabella passed by him.
"The way out is just up ahead. Don't stop."
The shaft was blackened with soot, and chunks of the plaster had been gouged out by debris. They reached the top, and Isabella saw a woman who was hobbling. She had been in the line ahead of her, and now she was struggling to keep up. She was wearing a trouser suit, and because people were walking in single file, she was holding back the queue. Isabella released the hand of the man in front and went over to her. "Are you all right?" "No," she said, gesturing to her leg. Isabella looked down. It was horribly bent. She didn't know how she could walk on it at all. "Can I help?" "Thank you." The woman rested her weight on Isabella's shoulder and, straining with the effort, she helped her walk towards the gate and the daylight beyond. Part 2. Chapter 31. Isabella Rose idled the engine of her Kawasaki Ninja. The bike had belonged to her mother, and she had taught her how to ride it. It was big and powerful, and riding it was one of Isabella's favourite pleasures. She waited at the end of the road with the row of industrial units. The little industrial quarter was next to the Route de Safi, 4 kilometres south of Marrakesh. It accommodated dozens of studios that produced made-for-export goods for tourists to take home with them. She had noticed the workshops as she was riding out to the south. There was a sign staked into the baked ground advertising cheap space. She had been looking for somewhere more secure than the garage that her mother had left her in the city. That place was in a bad part of town, and she was concerned that it wasn't secure. She had visited it one afternoon to find scrapes and gouges around the lock. Someone had tried to get inside. Squatters, maybe, or junkies looking for an easy score. It didn't matter who. They must have been interrupted. She had been fortunate. She had no intention of losing the equipment that she stored there. A car arrived, passing Isabella and slowing outside the vacant unit. The engine stopped and a man got out. She guessed that it was the Samsar. Property in Morocco was let in various ways. Some leases were arranged with traditional realtors, whereas others were more ad hoc, employing the services of a Samsar. They worked in every neighbourhood and knew where all the available property could be found. The landlord and tenant paid a small commission to the Samsar for his services if the property was rented. Samsars tended not to have dedicated offices and advertised their business in tea cafes and convenience stores. The man was in his late middle age, wearing a cheap suit that was dusty at the ankles and cheap shoes. It was obvious that his profession did not offer him a particularly lucrative return. She revved the engine and rolled down the road to him. He checked her out, a quick glance, and then looked right through her. "Monsieur?" He looked at her with surprise. He replied in French, "Hello?" Isabella's French was excellent. "You have an appointment?" The surprise became mild annoyance. "Yes, but not with you, with Melody Attica." "My mother." "And where is she?" "I'm here on her behalf." "And what is your name?" "Sabrina." "I really need to speak to your mother, Sabrina." "She would have come, but she has been detained. She sends her apologies, but she thought it was sensible that we keep the appointment." "But you—" He paused, trying to find the right words to convey his disappointment. He managed to smile. "But you are just a girl, mademoiselle." Isabella ignored the man's patronizing tone. "She trusts me to make a decision on her behalf." He sucked his teeth. "I think it would be better to wait, though. Don't you?" "No, I don't. Neither does she. I've come all the way out here, so have you. If the premises are unsuitable, I can tell my mother and save you a second trip. But if they are suitable, perhaps you make your commission." The man still looked uncomfortable, although she could see that she was gradually persuading him. She pointed to the door. "Open it up. I'll take a look." The Samsar sighed but gave up. "Fine," he said, reaching into his pocket for a key that was fastened to a bright red fob. He unlocked the door, bent down to the handle, and heaved the door up and over. Isabella ducked down and passed beneath the half-open door and into the unit. There were no windows, and the only illumination was the daylight that seeped in through the door. The Samsar pulled a drawstring, and a bulb flickered and caught. She looked around. It was a small space. She could walk from the front to the back with just 5 paces, and it was the same from left to right. "It's tiny," she said. "The details are all on the website. The dimensions are listed as 10 by 10. This is, what, half that?" "The dimensions, never mind," she said. "How long can it be leased for?" "As long as your mother would like." "How much is it?" "It is 10,000 dirhams a month." She shook her head. "That's extortionate." "I'm afraid that is the price." "My mother will pay 5. "You can negotiate on her behalf?" 5. He narrowed his eyes. 7. 5.5, and she'll pay the first year up front.
She will agree to that?
The man was a bumptious oaf, and Isabella had to fight to keep the irritation from her voice. Yes, she will. In cash. He couldn't disguise the greed that passed across his face.
Tell her if she can bring the money to the cafe tomorrow, I'll personally make sure that it is all arranged.
Isabella said that she would. She took one final look around the space to confirm that it was suitable for her purposes and, satisfied that it was, went back outside to her bike. The samsar pulled the drawstring, lowered the door and locked it. She gunned the engine and rode back to the city. Chapter 32. Isabella followed the main road into the suburbs of the city, then followed a well-worn route to the Rue Car El Makhra. It was on the other side of town from the place that she had shared with her mother and was approached through a similar warren of alleyways and passages, each narrower and darker than the last, ancient and mysterious. She turned right and then left, and when it became too narrow to ride safely, she got off and pushed the bike. She skirted two local boys playing games on their phones and finally reached the thick oak door. The small sign fixed on the wall next to it announced the Riyadh Farnaci. She unlocked it, pushed it all the way back, and negotiated the bike inside. The first room was a generous vestibule, and she pushed the bike through it into the open courtyard beyond. Moroccan riads were built around open shafts that typically featured a freezing cold plunge pool at the bottom. The warm air was drawn down into the shaft, cooled at the bottom, and then recirculated so that the rooms arranged around the opening were colder. This riad was smaller than the one she had shared with Beatrix and much less opulent. It had been a wreck when she had purchased it, using some of the bequest that her mother had left to her. But a year of hard work had seen it brought back to life again. There was still a little work to do, but most of the big jobs had now been completed. The crumbling bricks had been renewed with fresh courses. The rotting window frames had been taken out and replaced. The decor, which had been so dated, had been brought up to date. The walls had been painted a slate grey, with colourful pieces of local art hung to provide splashes of colour. She had bought second-hand furniture from the souks and then refurbished each piece herself. She had bought carpets from the Berber markets in the mountains. The plunge pool had been retiled in emerald green, and her favourite pastime was to sit beside it in one of her lime green easy chairs and stare up at the square of sky above. She climbed the stairs to her bedroom on the second floor, found the false floorboards underneath the Berber rug and lifted them aside. There was a small cavity beneath, with a leather satchel inside. She took it out, opened it, and withdrew 2 bundles of banknotes. She still had a lot of money in a bank in the Caymans, but she always ensured she had enough to manage without needing recourse to it. She had $20,000 in the bag. A rent of 5,500 dirhams a month meant that it would cost 66,000 for the year. That was a touch over $6,500. She counted out $7,000, put the rest back into the satchel, and replaced it in its hiding place. She laid the floorboards over it and covered those with the rug. She returned to the ground floor and made herself a glass of mint tea. It had been a relief to escape London and return home. The aftermath of the bombing had been chaotic. A triage centre had been established in a nearby branch of Marks & Spencer, and the police were insistent that everyone pass through it. The reason they said was that they wanted to check that those people who had been in the station had not been injured by the first blast. Isabella had checked herself immediately and was happy that she was unscathed. The police also required that everyone leave their name and contact details. Beatrix had been very clear that she should never leave a record of her presence, and so, using the routine that had been taught to her, Isabella provided a fake name and address and then pretended to cry. The policeman who had been talking to her went in search of a box of tissues, and Isabella took the opportunity to make her exit. It had been difficult to get to the airport. The entire tube network had been suspended, and there had been no cell phone reception until the early evening. She had walked for 2 hours before she was able to find an empty taxi. Heathrow had been operating, albeit under the watch of armed soldiers. Anyone who had looked remotely suspicious was stopped. The terminal had been loud with the sound of raised voices and accusations of racism. She had found a space on the floor where she could lean against a wall and watch the looped footage of the atrocities on the 24-hour news channel. Her plan had been to return to Morocco that day, but she had concluded that it would not have been prudent to fly directly to a Muslim country. Instead, she had taken a British Airways flight to Gibraltar and stayed overnight at the Ibis near to the airport. A ferry crossed the Strait of Gibraltar several times a day, and she had taken a place as a walk-on passenger on the following morning's first crossing. She had caught a coach from Tangier to Marrakesh and arrived in the early evening. The diversion had cost her a day's travel, but it was what her mother would have done, and it pleased Isabella to know that she was following her mother's example. The tranquility of the Riad had been a balm when she finally arrived home. She had stocked up on the things that she thought she might need and intended to stay out of sight for the rest of the week. She rarely used her television, but she found that she was unable to resist watching the news. That it was a terrorist attack was beyond question, but the authorities were unable to suggest who might have been responsible. Pundits filled the spaces with incessant speculation. Isabella was not interested in international affairs, and she would not have pretended to have the knowledge to qualify her for making her own determination. But even to her eye, it was obvious that the authorities were floundering. It didn't look as if they had any idea what had happened. The first footage of the aftermath of the blast was vivid to her. She watched the camera jerk and shudder as the operator struggled to negotiate the debris. She saw the brief suggestions of atrocity caught in the camera's light. The report triggered her own recollection and replayed the things that she had seen. She had nightmares that night. She knew that she was buttressed against shock by the things that she had already seen and done, but that did not mean that the nightmares were any less frightening. She woke up in the middle of the night, wide-eyed with fear and with sweat-drenched sheets wound around her legs. She went to the roof of the Riad and looked out over the sleeping city. There was a breeze blowing in from the desert and it cooled her. She took a drink, swallowed a sleeping tablet, and returned to her bed. Chapter 33. Captain Michael Pope spent the first week of his enforced sabbatical working on his fitness. He had been sitting behind a desk for too long as it was and had started to feel lazy and fat. But that wasn't the only reason. He had never felt as frustrated as he did now, and working up a sweat had always been his best way to alleviate stress. He had made it his annual tradition to run a marathon, but he had allowed his resolution to slip since he had been promoted from number 1 to control. He decided that the best way to get back into fighting shape was to run one once again. Pope was a tall man with close, dark hair. He had the physique of an athlete and the kind of constitution that adapted quickly to an increase in physical activity. He was slender but muscular. He was also very strong. He was unfussy and straightforward, and chose his clothes from a simple wardrobe that allowed him to fade into the background without attracting attention. He favoured simple suits in charcoal and black, and when he was out of the office, conservative jeans or chinos and poplin shirts. His only extravagance was his shoes. The years he had spent on his feet as a soldier had incubated a preference for quality, and that was displayed by the 2 pairs of boots that he owned from Red Wing of San Francisco, each of which had cost him £300. He was a good-looking man, aging well. He tended towards the severe in the office, most appropriate for a man with his responsibilities. But when he was on his own time, he had a ready smile and a quick wit that made him popular with his many friends. He looked like a man who could handle himself, a man who would be a better friend than an enemy, and a man who could be trusted to do what he said he would do. He had been born in a village on the outskirts of Salisbury in the southwest of England. It was close to Salisbury Plain, an important army training facility, and the town and its surrounding villages were full of soldiers. He had flunked his way through school, and with no trade to follow, he had enrolled as a soldier at 16, joining the Royal Green Jackets. There had been time in the sandpit for the First Iraq War, a transfer to the 1st Battalion when he got back, and then the first of several tours of South Armagh. A friend of his brother served in the 23rd SAS Reserves, and he had invited Pope to join him for a weekend's training. Pope excelled and repeated the trip several times after that, attempted selection, and passed it. He did well, carrying out both covert and overt operations around the world until his predecessor as control picked him out as a man with promise and offered him a transfer to the firm and, more specifically, to be the new number 12 in Group 15. He had served his country as a Group 15 headhunter until his predecessor's treachery had been revealed, and he had been asked to take over. He had accepted reluctantly. He did not consider himself to be a desk man, and he felt that he was young enough and better suited to continue as a field agent. Stone, who had asked him to consider the promotion, had insisted. Pope realised that the choice he was being given was illusory. He was being ordered to take over. His promotion had come with more generous remuneration, and Pope had moved his family to a thatched cottage in the heart of the Cotswolds. It was a pretty part of the country, known for honey-coloured limestone buildings and the miles of dry stone walls that divided the lush landscape into parcels. One of the benefits of living here was the number of pleasant roads that he could use in his daily runs. He had gradually increased his distance as he got his legs back beneath him, and this morning, the start of a cold and frosty early autumnal day, he had planned to run the full length of the local amateur marathon. He started in Broadway, climbed Broadway Tower for the views out over the Vale of Evesham, and then crossed to Snow Hill and Stanway. He reached the halfway mark in Winchcombe, the walking capital of the Cotswolds, passing Sudeley Castle, before attacking the final big hill of the route. Once he had surmounted it, he ran along the escarpment for a few miles before descending again for an easy return on the gently undulating fields from Stanway back to Broadway again. Running also enabled him to think. The steady cadence of his steps, the sound of his breathing and the beating of his heart all contributed to an almost meditative state that often allowed him to solve problems that he had not otherwise been able to fix. Today, though, his thoughts were of Paddy McNair. There had been a low-key funeral the day before yesterday. Scouse had always been a womanizer, and he had no family. His parents had died years ago. The mourners were old friends from the regiment. There wasn't much left of him to bury, but they had all stood around the grave in the regimental plot in Hereford and watched as the casket was lowered into the ground. He picked up the pace a little. He could see the village in the distance as a black BMW passed him slowly on his right-hand side. He wondered for a moment whether it was just a considerate driver giving him plenty of room. But when the car continued slowly ahead and then indicated to pull over, he started to be concerned. He didn't have a weapon with him, and if he was attacked out here, there would be very little he would be able to do. He scanned left and right, identified a gap in the hawthorn hedge at a spot just ahead of the car, and tried to find the energy to sprint should that be necessary. It wasn't. The rear passenger side window slid down, and as he drew alongside, he saw Vivian Bloom. He stopped.
"Sorry to surprise you out here, Control."
He took a moment to fill his lungs and bring his heart rate back under control.
You couldn't have called to make an appointment? You know better than that, old boy. Do you have 15 minutes? There's something we need to talk about.
Pope looked down at Bloom through the open window of the car, scrubbed the sweat from his face, and looked away to the road leading back to his home. He didn't know much about the Reverend. Almost nothing, in fact, he realised with discomfort. The man was well connected, but difficult to assess. Pope remembered how Bloom had behaved at the meeting when Group 15 had been shut down. He had said very little, sitting and observing, an enigmatic expression on his face. Pope didn't trust very many people, and he didn't trust Bloom. He exhaled. He couldn't very easily tell the man he didn't want to talk to him and run back home. His country had just been attacked, and Pope was a soldier. He had responsibilities. He opened the door and slid inside.
"Thank you, Captain,"
Bloom said, shaking Pope's hand. Pope took it gently, like a doctor probing brittle bones, but Bloom surprised him with the firmness of his grip.
"You can probably guess what this is about,"
he said.
"Yes, sir, I expect I can. A mess. A bloody mess. But it's been coming, you know. We knew they would have a go eventually. An RPG into Buckingham Palace, Kalashnikovs in Trafalgar Square, a suicide bomber blowing himself up in the Tate. I think it's fair to say that they surprised us with the scale of their ambition and the level of preparation. It was a very well put-together operation. The bombs were diversionary."
He nodded.
"I think that's obvious now. There were supposed to be 3 of them. The early assessment is that they were going to detonate one on the train, and then the other 2 as survivors made their way to the surface. It's more sophisticated than we've seen before. It's standard for the sandbox, sir. They draw you in with the first one and then hit you properly. They obviously wanted to do as much damage as they could. But those bombs were designed to concentrate our attention on the station and put the Commons on lockdown. And both of those things happened. It's thanks to you, McNair and Snow, that they didn't get into the chamber. Especially McNair. God knows what would have happened if they had managed to get in. It was just good luck we were there. That's as may be. Doesn't change the facts. I want to show you something."
Bloom opened his briefcase and withdrew an iPad. He tapped an application and a video player appeared. With a cautious check to ensure that they were still unobserved, he tapped play and handed the tablet to Pope. The shot showed a man in a traditional Arabic dishdasha and a checkered scarf around his neck. He was sitting in a blank, anonymous room that would be almost impossible to identify. The black and white flag of ISIS was fixed to the wall behind him. Pope recognized the format immediately. This was a martyrdom video. The man cleared his throat and spoke in a calm, confident voice. "What you have witnessed is just the beginning. These attacks will continue until your forces are withdrawn from Syria and Iraq, and your financial and military support for America and Israel comes to an end. Until the bombing, gassing, imprisonment and torture of my people ends, this fight will not stop."
This was uploaded to YouTube 30 minutes ago. His name is Ibrahim Yusuf, one of the shooters. We have reason to believe that the other men who attacked inside Parliament were Faik Khan, Nazir Begun, Abdul Rashid and Mo Rafiq. The 2 men you shot before they could get inside were Bilal Ismail and Anil Mirza. Until yesterday, we thought they were all in Syria. They certainly knew how to use their weapons. Yes, indeed. Been out there a while, we think. training camps, then sent out to the front lines. It appears that they managed to get back into the country without our knowledge. We're obviously looking into that as a matter of the utmost urgency. The bombers?
He swiped across the screen, and a CCTV picture of 3 young men appeared. They were on a platform. The sign in the background said Luton. All 3 were wearing rucksacks on their back.
More troubling. Homegrown. The 2 who triggered their bombs were a little more difficult to identify, for obvious reasons.
He pointed at the 2 older men of the 3.
This one is Bashir Anwar, and this one is Hakim Mustafa. The bomber who lost his nerve is this man here. His name is Amir Malik. These last 3 are from Manchester. Are you close to finding Amir? Found him today. In the Thames. 2 bullet wounds, 1 to the gut, 1 to the head. We're working on the assumption that he lost his nerve and was killed for it.
Bloom took the iPad and slid it into his case. Pope felt a little awkward, sitting in the back of the car dressed as he was, still hot and sweating from his exertions.
Why are you here, sir? We can't sit back and let this play out the usual way. It's already a bloody mess. The police are all over the place. The forensic people thought it was organic peroxide, homegrown explosives. Then they changed their mind to military-grade plastique, and now they're saying the stuff was scraped out of artillery shells. Immigration doesn't know how the shooters got into the country, let alone how they brought artillery shells with them. MI5 is passing off the blame to the local police on the radicalization of the bombers. No one is standing up to the mark. The investigation is a shambles, Captain, a fucking shambles, and we are taking everything our friend Ibrahim said in his little video very seriously. GCHQ says that chatter suggests there's going to be another attack. They are most definitely not done. Remember 7/7? Of course. There would have been 21/7 too, if those bombs had gone off rather than just the detonators. I see nothing to suggest that this isn't the jihadists doing their level best to make sure they do it right this time. So, we need to move in the grey areas to make sure that doesn't happen. And that means you and your headhunters. I need you back in the game. What does the Home Secretary think about that?
Bloom's laugh was a dry rasp.
She doesn't know, Captain. Really? What do you think she would say? The die is cast as far as Group 15 is concerned. There will be an inquiry that will reach the conclusion she wants, and then there will be a reorganization. The firm itself, probably. Lots of talk about how it's an anachronism, out of place in today's world. I know, Bloom interrupted. It's naive and dangerous, but she can't very well reverse course now.
Pope squeezed his hands together in a gesture of discomfort.
I'll be honest, sir, that makes me rather nervous. It should. What I am proposing is completely illegal, off the books, and has severe consequences if it goes wrong. I'm going to speak frankly, sir. Please do, Bloom said with a chuckle. It was quite something the last time. The meeting was clear. No one was in our corner. I'm a little confused. You don't need to be. I'm on your side. I always have been. I don't trust the police. I know it was their mistake that got Rubio killed. I agreed with everything you said at the meeting. It's outrageous that you've been blamed. It might have been nice to hear that on the day, sir. Don't be naive, Bloom said with irritation. This is a long game. Things have to be done delicately. Changing opinions can be difficult.
I can see how someone trying to shoot up PMQs might have that effect.
He smiled at that.
Between you and me, Control, the irony isn't lost on us that the reason the Home Secretary wasn't in the chamber for PMQs was because she was having her fun bollocking you.
It wasn't all bad then.
Bloom collected the iPad again and opened another file. Pope recognized the man in the picture that he called up. Alam Hussein. Most people would have known who he was. He was burly, with a bald head and a long beard that reached down to his sternum. He wore a traditional dishdasher and an eye patch over his right eye. The man had been a hate figure for the right-wing press for months. Much of the media's indignation stemmed from the fact that Hussein had been given asylum when he had fled from Qatar, yet now he railed against the very state that had taken him in. They fulminated that he was happy to take social security handouts and live in a house provided by the local council, yet still he called for the imposition of Sharia law. Pope had always made a point of maintaining a strictly apolitical stance when it came to matters such as this. He and the group had been sent against targets of all political persuasions, and keeping a neutral opinion made things easier. Saying all that, Alam Hussein was a difficult man to like.
Seriously, sir? He'd do this? We have very strong intelligence that Hussein was responsible for radicalizing the 3 bombers. We know, for example, that they all attended his mosque. We have had people inside it for weeks. He's been calling for jihad, issuing fatwas against members of the government and military, and distributing propaganda for Daesh. We need you to go and get him. Dead or alive? Alive. Most definitely alive. I realize that's more difficult.
A little, but not a problem.
We don't want a big team on this. We were thinking of 3 or 4 agents, but I do want you to be one of them. I know I needn't tell you how delicate this is. I need your experience on the ground, not behind a desk. Everything else is completely up to you.
Where do you want him delivered?
Bit of a drive, I'm afraid. Need you to take him up to Wick. Our American friends have agreed to help us with the interrogation, and they've taken a bit of a liking to Scottish air. Nice and out of the way, minimal chance of anyone seeing them come in and out. They're going to fly him out of the country, somewhere with more relaxed rules on what can and can't be done during interrogation. You know what I mean, Pope.
I do,
he said, not saying what he was thinking.
I knew you would. Equipment? It'll be minimal, but enough.
What else do you know about him?
Everything you need. You'll be provided with his address, antecedents and such like. Use the usual dead drop. He does have some rudimentary security that you'll have to consider. There have been incidents with the right-wing headbangers up there, threats and abuse, but it's nothing too sophisticated, just the local police keeping an eye on him. Certainly nothing that will hold you up.
Pope found he was tapping his fingers against the leather upholstery.
Well, what do you say?
Bloom said.
Is this an order, sir? Are you ordering me to arrange this?
No. Technically, you and the group are still suspended.
Will there be any backup?
None, I'm afraid.
And if it goes wrong?
I'm sure it won't, but if it did, then you know how it has to be, Pope. I won't be able to protect you. The story will leak to the press, writes itself. Your recent experience with the shooters will explain why you have reacted this way. You saw the explosion at first hand. It's PTSD, a dreadful shame, but completely understandable in the circumstances. You'll be looking at a good stretch of jail time, a little less if you get a good brief who can make an argument about diminished responsibility. You make a very appealing offer, sir. Yes, well, there you are. Sorry about that. What do you say, Control? I need an answer this afternoon.
Pope remembered the aftermath of the bombs with absolute clarity. He could still smell the burning flesh in his nostrils.
Of course, sir. I'll start at once.
Chapter 34. Pope ran the rest of the way home, showered, shaved, and dressed in a loose-fitting pair of trousers and a sweatshirt. His wife Rachel had come home while he was showering. She was sitting on the sofa in the lounge with her legs curled up beneath her as she read a book. How did it go?
Good.
How long?
4 hours.
Not bad.
Not bad, but I can do better.
First time, Michael. Baby steps. You're old and fat now, remember? He was unable to keep the anxious smile from his face. She had known him long enough to know what it meant. Work?
Yes, I'm going to be away for a while.
London? He nodded. Rachel knew better than to press him any further than that. He wouldn't have told her, and their married life had always been bracketed by the reality that there would be things that he couldn't share. It had been the same when he had been in the regiment, and she had learned to accept that he would frequently be out of the country. When he returned, he would often be unable to tell her where he had been. His transfer to Group 15 had simply exacerbated that. She didn't ask anymore. When are you leaving?
In an hour.
What do you want me to tell the kids? Pope's daughter had a football tournament at the weekend. He had promised that he would take her. That wouldn't be possible anymore. The children were out with their friends this afternoon. He realized that he wouldn't even be able to say goodbye. He sighed unhappily. He was committed to his work, but it put a heavy burden on his family life. He was lucky that Rachel was so understanding.
Can you apologize for me?
Of course. How long will you be?
I don't know. A few days. I'll call when I can.
She came over and kissed him. Be careful, she said. She said it every time he went away.
This isn't anything special. I'll be back soon. Nothing to worry about.
Chapter 35. Isabella arrived at the little workshop at just after 7 in the morning. The temperature was cool, and she had enjoyed the sensation of the wind whipping around her body and through the visor of her open helmet as she made the ride south. She put down the kickstand and got off the bike. She took the key, pulled up the door, and looked inside. It was small, smaller than she remembered, and she had a moment of doubt that it might be a little too small for what she had in mind. But as she gauged the space again, she thought that it would just about suffice. Isabella had visited the Samsar 2 days previously and completed the formalities. She had taken the lease home with her the day before that, signing it in the name of Melody Attica and providing a photocopy of her fake passport. The lease had been notarized, and then had come the matter of the rent. Isabella had counted out the money into 2 piles and put enough for the year's rent inside a manila envelope. She had put the remainder into a second envelope and taken it to the cafe where the Samsar was waiting for her. She had given both envelopes to him. He had licked his thumb and made a show of counting it all out. She knew that the fee had been much more than he would normally have expected. She didn't know whether he had bought the story about her mother or not. She was buying his discretion, and the fact that he had accepted it without comment suggested that he had received the message loud and clear. The sun climbed into the sky and started to warm the chill from the air. Isabella moved her bike out of the way and got ready. It was going to be a busy day. The delivery lorry arrived at 8. The driver and his mate opened up the back and muscled the goods down to the ground. Isabella had purchased a series of lockers and safes on the internet. She had paid extra for installation, and the two workmen hauled the heavy units into place. The units were prepared for wall fixing, with pre-drilled holes in the base and fixing bolts that the men implanted into the concrete. One of the benefits of the workshop was that it was angled so that it was not possible to see into it from the neighbouring units, even when the door was raised. Isabella had noticed this quality at once and, knowing that she was going to be undertaking a considerable amount of fitting out, was pleased that the work would not be immediately visible to prying eyes. In order to be doubly cautious, she took up a position 50 yards along the road in order to head off anyone who might otherwise wander down to the unit. She had arranged for a locksmith to visit, and she had intercepted him, confirming the work that he would do and directing him to the unit. The man removed the up-and-over door and replaced it with a sturdy new one that was fitted with a chunky lock. It was midday by the time the work was complete. Isabella thanked the three men, tipped them well enough so that they would not gripe, but not so well that they would remember her, and then waited until they had driven away before she inspected her new premises. She was pleased. The lockers were constructed from 5mm thick, fully welded steel and were secured by two high-security 7-lever key locks. They would be very difficult to open without the key. There was plenty of space inside them for the equipment she needed to store. The new door was robust and didn't rattle as its predecessor had done. She shut the door, locked it, and then tried to force it. It was impossible. If someone wanted to get inside, they would need to fix a tow rope to the handle and use a vehicle to yank it off. The most likely threat to the unit was an opportunistic thief, and the door should be more than enough of a problem to act as a deterrent. But still she was not done. The last visit of the day was an engineer from an alarm company. Isabella had purchased a system to protect the building. She told him what she had in mind, and he took a ladder from his van so that he could climb up and fix the cameras and the alarm. The equipment was top of the line. Apart from internal and external motion detectors, the alarm came with high-resolution day-night cameras that recorded the feed onto a 250 GB hard drive and broadcast it in real time to Isabella's cell phone and tablet. The man demonstrated what the system could do, showed her how to set a new code, and left her alone. By this time, it was 6 p.m, and the temperature was dropping again. She set the alarm, locked the door, and climbed back onto her bike. Then, pulling the helmet onto her head, she gunned the engine and headed for the road back into the city. Chapter 36. Group 15 was housed in an anonymous office on the banks of the Thames. The building was the putative headquarters of Global Logistics, an import-export company that did enough business to give the group's agents the scope to travel the world under the cover of their employment with the firm. Pope knew he couldn't go there. He was, after all, supposed to be suspended. He couldn't very well just waltz inside and plan everything from his desk. Bloom knew that too, and he had planned alternative accommodation for him. Bloom had told him that all the information he would need would be left in the Epping Forest dead drop that Group 15 had often used before. Pope drove north, left his own car in the long-term parking at Heathrow, and picked up a hire car from Avis. He followed the clockwise M25, came off at exit 26, and took the A121 the rest of the way. The increased security was evident as he approached the capital. The news reported that nearly 20,000 troops had been deployed around the country to ward against the follow-up attacks that the intelligence was suggesting were likely. Pope saw a troop transport rumble by, the olive-green lorry melting into the gloomy undergrowth that fringed the road. 5 minutes later, he heard and then saw a pair of Tornado GR5s curving through the air much lower than would normally be allowed in civilian airspace, the unmistakable sight of missiles loaded onto the underwing hardpoints. It felt as if the country was under siege. The sky was darkening as he parked at the visitor centre near Chingford. He locked the car and followed the path into the trees. It was unusual to fall back on old-fashioned tradecraft. These days, information tended to be buried on little-known forums or as draft emails on shared Gmail or Hotmail accounts. The recipient gathered the information and then deleted the relevant message. Pope felt like an anachronism as he stalked through the thickening wood, remembering the wooden seat with the chalk mark on the slats that had indicated that there was something for him to collect. The dead drop itself was an oak tree, particularly old, with a useful natural niche 6 feet above the mulch of the forest floor. He checked to ensure that he was not being watched and, satisfied that he was alone, reached up to the niche and jammed his fingers inside. It contained an envelope. He took it back to the car and, under the illumination of the courtesy light, slit it open. A key for a Yale lock dropped into his hand, together with an address in Hackney, an 8-digit code, and a USB stick. Pope pressed the ignition, reversed out of the car park, and followed the A104 south towards East London. Chapter 37. The safe house was on Valentine Road between Homerton and Hackney. It was a terrace street with a pub to the west and a row of shops to the east. Pope drove past the address and then parked 5 minutes up the road. He walked back, taking a different route, and allowed himself to adjust to the location. He tuned into the cadences and rhythms of the place. Valentine Road was busy with traffic, the houses a little more fly-blown than those on the quieter streets that fed into it. It was close to a social housing block, and the shiftless youths who gathered around the off-licences and convenience stores regarded him with sour hostility as he made his way along the road past them. He approached the house, climbed the steps from the street, and put the key into the lock. He turned it, the door opened, and he went inside. He closed the door and slid the anchor of the security chain into the receiver. He drew his pistol and stood in the dark for a minute, concentrating on acclimatizing himself to his new surroundings. He heard the ticking of a pipe somewhere towards the rear of the property, a distant car alarm, and a police siren. Nothing else. The place had the dusty smell of somewhere that had lain empty for a while. It felt like he was alone, but he wasn't in the business of making assumptions. Assumptions got you killed. He had to be sure. The house was set on 3 stories. He moved to the stairs and descended, careful to put his weight on the outside of the treads so as to reduce the risk of noise from a squeaking board. The basement accommodated the kitchen, bathroom, and 1 bedroom. He checked each room, opening the door and then going inside with his gun up and ready. The kitchen looked as if it had been recently installed, with stickers and labels fastened to the units and appliances. The fridge was stocked with milk and a supply of ready meals for the microwave. The bathroom was long and narrow, with a bath that had a shower attachment over the taps and a toilet that still had the label from the builder's merchant affixed to the inside of the lid. The sash windows were all secured by sturdy locks, and the rear door that opened onto the back garden was locked and bolted. Clear. The ground floor had 2 reception rooms. He walked from one to the other through a set of open double doors, his weapon primed. The rooms were furnished with IKEA sofas, a low table, and nothing else. Clear. The first floor had a further 2 bedrooms, one with an ensuite and another tiny bathroom that had been crammed at the top of a steep staircase that led up into the roof space. The bedrooms had flat-pack beds and wardrobes. Clear. He opened the hatch to the loft and hauled himself up. There was a badly fitted hatch to the roof, and a breeze pushed through the gaps. He activated the torch on his phone, found a light switch, and switched it on. He saw the large metal crate laid out across the unboarded joists. There was a digital lock on the crate, and when he tapped in the code that had been written on the envelope, he was rewarded with a glowing green light and the sound of a metallic click as the lock stems were withdrawn. He opened the crate. Inside was a small cache of arms. 3 Sig Sauer P226 pistols, together with silencers for each of them, and a dozen boxes of 9mm ammunition. A combat shotgun that had been fitted with an EOTech sight for day or night use, a fixed iron sight, and a telescopic buttstock. Cartridges of solid shot and buckshot for the shotgun. 4 H-4855 personal roll radios and the UHF transmitter receiver issued to the British Armed Forces, together with small notebooks that contained call signs and frequencies. There was also a pick gun, a breaching tool that could be used to force mechanical pin tumbler locks. Not bad, Pope thought. He closed the crate, the lock automatically clicking back into place, and descended to the ground floor. The rear reception room was spacious enough for 4 or 5 people, and when the double doors that separated the large room into 2 halves were closed, it would be impossible to see in from the street. He opened his bag and took out the printouts he had made before he left the Cotswolds and the large-scale ordnance survey maps of Manchester that he had purchased. He had also bought a pack of blue tack and a container of drawing pins, and, working quickly and efficiently, he stuck all of the material onto the walls, adjusting the order until it made sense to him. He spent an hour looking at it and making notes in a spiral-bound notebook that he would burn when he was finished. When he finally checked his watch, it was 9, and he was happy that he had the basis of a workable plan. He slipped on his coat, locked the front door behind him, jogged down the steps, and set off for the car. The others were due to arrive at King's Cross, Euston and Liverpool Street over the course of the next 2 hours. He needed to pick them up. There was a lot to do. Chapter 38. Bloom had given Pope a free hand as to the composition of the team. Each of the 12 men and women who made up the operational strength of Group 15 would have been more than capable of carrying out the mission objectives. The infiltration of the mosque was little more than a simple breaking and entering job, and the kidnapping of Hussein, though more challenging, was nothing when compared to the tasks that they would normally have been given to do. Group 15's current complement was a team of 10 men and 2 women. The men were typically drawn from the ranks of British Special Forces, the Special Air Service, the Special Boat Service, and 18 UKSF Signals Regiment. The women were both from the Special Forces Reconnaissance Regiment. He had chosen 4 agents plus himself. Group 15 operations were usually solo, but teams of 2 were deployed for more sensitive or difficult operations. These were not difficult jobs, but there was absolutely no room for error. Bloom had made that very clear. Pope was not prepared to take the risk that they would deploy below strength, but the 5 of them should be plenty to achieve their aims. He had collected them earlier that evening. Hamish Munro, number 4, had travelled down from Edinburgh. He had served in 22 SAS A Squadron for 6 years before Pope's predecessor had selected him. He was a proud Scot, cantankerous to a fault, and one of the toughest soldiers that Pope had ever served alongside. Number 12 was Thomas Snow. Pope felt obligated to include him. He was already involved. Next to Snow was Victor Stokes, number 7. He was in his early 30s and had been selected from the Z Squadron SBS. He had been a Royal Marine Commando before his Special Forces posting and had made his name during the evacuation of Western oil workers from remote Libyan desert facilities. The final member of Pope's team was Hannah Kelleher. She was number 9 and the youngest of the 4, having recently celebrated her 32nd birthday. She had served with the Special Reconnaissance Unit in Iraq in the recent hunt for the British jihadis responsible for the murder of Western hostages. She was implacable and focused, rarely smiled, and was a dead shot. Pope would not have wanted to be on her bad side. There was a brew kit in the kitchen, and Pope had made tea for all of them. They were sitting in the rear reception room now. Munro and Snow were on the sofa, their feet on the low coffee table that stood between it and the fireplace. Kelleher was on the floor, her back propped up against the wall. Stokes, who was constitutionally cautious, was at the rear window, gazing into the dark garden below. Pope took a sip of his tea and rested the cup on the mantelpiece.
"Thanks for coming on short notice."
"This is unexpected," Stokes said. "I thought we were stood down."
"Officially we are."
"Unofficially?"
"Not so much."
Pope went through the details of his conversation with Bloom yesterday. They had all seen Ibrahim Yusuf's martyrdom video and the subsequent ones that had been posted on behalf of Bilal Ismail and Anil Mirza. Backlash was beginning to hit the security services, anger that they had been allowed to plot without challenge. Pope explained that the Imam of the Stockdale Mosque, Alam Hussein, was strongly suspected by MI5 of involvement in the operation.
"How good is the intel this time?"
Munro asked.
"I only ask because, it wasn't great the last time you were in the field. 12 got it in the neck."
Snow sighed at the reference to Felix Rubio and looked away.
"I'm just saying. We have orders. We have to assume it's accurate." "What do they want us to do?" "2 tasks. First, we get Hussein off the street for questioning. Second, we break into the mosque and conduct a search for useful evidence or intel."
"Security on the target?" Hannah Kelleher asked.
"Some. More since Westminster. You've read the news same as I have. There have already been retaliatory attacks. Everyone knows that those boys went to his mosque. Hussein has a reputation, and there are plenty of knuckle-draggers out there who won't believe he didn't know anything about it."
"They might be knuckle-draggers," she said. "But it sounds like they might be right."
"Whether he's involved or not isn't our problem. We need to get him and anything useful we can find."
"What's the plan?"
2 teams.
He pointed to Munro and Stokes.
4 and 7. You get the mosque.
Pope directed their attention to the walls. He had arranged the intelligence that Vivian Bloom had provided. There were photographs and diagrams. There was a map of central Manchester that he had ringed in red ink with the location of the mosque. It was standing on substantial grounds between Anson Road and Cunningham Road.
"Here it is,"
he said. He pointed to the photographs around the map.
"It's a new building, purpose-built, and they put it up at a time when they knew that making it as secure as they could was probably a decent idea. It's surrounded on each side by a 6-foot-tall brick wall, and there are railings on top of the walls. The main gates are the same height and covered by at least 3 CCTV cameras. Going in the front way isn't going to work." "And the back?"
Munro prompted. Pope pointed to another of the photographs. It showed a 5-foot gap in the wall that had been blocked with temporary fencing.
"Turns out a car smashed into the wall last week, and they haven't had it rebuilt yet. This is how you get into the grounds. There's at least 1 camera with coverage, but take that out and you should be in and out without being seen." "Easy enough?" "I think so too."
He had enlarged the architect's plans of the mosque, and it was to these that he turned next.
2 floors once you're inside. The ground floor is the worship space. Ignore that. Take these stairs to the first floor. There are offices and classrooms up there. You're looking for hard drives, documents, anything you think might be worth a second look. Alarms? Yes, and probably good ones. If you can't find them and they get tripped, Bloom thinks you'll have 5 minutes before the police arrive. I wouldn't plan on staying any longer than that in any event, but the detail of how you structure things is down to you once you've had a look at the target."
Munro and Stokes shared a glance and then turned back to Pope, nodding their agreement.
Piece of cake.
Pope agreed with that. A simple B&E, even against a well-secured building, offered no particular problems to operatives as well-trained as 4 and 7. The second part of their orders was more challenging. He pointed to Hannah Kelleher and Thomas Snow.
9, 12, and I will go and get Hussein.
He took a quarter turn and nodded across to the other maps and photographs. Alam Hussein lived in Moss Side, a neighbourhood of Manchester that had earned the unfortunate sobriquet of Gunchester over the course of 30 years of gang violence. Hussein's address was a mid-terrace house on Rosebery Street, a road that ran horizontally from east to west among a tight grid of similar streets. The houses were dilapidated, plenty of them sealed with metal sheeting to keep squatters out. The doors opened straight onto the street. Each house had a ground floor window next to the door, and there were 2 narrow windows on the first floor. Every house was disfigured by a satellite dish, a few of them of the larger variety that were powerful enough to pick up transmissions from Eastern Europe. There was a park opposite, including a children's fenced-in play area with a slide, swings and a roundabout. There were no trees, it was enclosed, and there were no obvious spots for surveillance. "Lovely spot," Kelleher said. An alleyway ran north to south, splitting the terrace in the middle, and Hussein's house backed onto it. The narrow space was obstructed by bin bags that had been torn open by scavenging dogs and the remains of wheelie bins that had been set on fire. The alleys were known as ginnels by the locals, and Pope thought this one could be very useful.
"Our man lives here," he said. "There's what you could charitably call a park to the south. You've got vehicular access to the east and west, but the locals park on both sides of the road, so there's only likely to be enough space for 1 car. We'll need to plan for that. Once we have him, we'll head for Princess Road, then the A57, M603, M61 and M6 up to Wick."
Snow leaned back in his picnic chair and shook his head.
"Wick? As in Wick in Scotland? We're going to be handing him over to the CIA. They've been itching to speak to him. Now's their chance. I'm allowing 8 hours to get up there."
"Why can't they do things like normal people?" Munro grumbled.
"Find me a lockup. Give me a day alone with him, and I'll have him saying whatever they want him to say." "I'm happy to leave that to the CIA," Pope said. "We're in it deep enough as it is."
"When do we go?"
"We need to get up there and get eyes on. We don't know anywhere near enough about him yet. I've got a hire car and we'll get another. We'll go up tonight and get a better idea of the lay of the land. If we think we can get him tonight, we go tonight. If not, we'll wait. We hit the mosque simultaneously."
The 5 of them stood.
"Let's get to work," Munro said.
Chapter 39. They stopped to hire a second car. Munro and Stokes were in the first, a Renault Megane, and Snow, Kelleher and Pope were in Pope's Volkswagen Passat. Snow was driving, and Kelleher and Pope were in the back. He spent the 4 hours it took to drive north to Manchester reviewing the information on Alam Hussein that had been provided on the USB stick. Hussein was born in Bethlehem in the West Bank in 1960, during a time when the region was under Jordanian control. In 1989, reports surfaced that he had travelled to Peshawar, Pakistan, where he took up a position as a professor of Sharia sciences. While in Peshawar, there were claims that he had crossed paths with Osama bin Laden, though these remained unconfirmed. Following the First Gulf War in 1991, Hussein was among many Palestinians expelled from Kuwait. He returned to Jordan briefly, but by September 1993, he fled with his wife and 5 children to the United Kingdom. Using a forged